Chapter 297 The Heaven Entrance. Yang Yi stopped when he arrived 30 m away from Li Qingshui, and then the profound energy within his body surged madly while strands of golden profound energy moved along his meridians and into the sword in his grasp. As his golden profound energy surged ceaselessly into it, a dazzling golden glow immediately erupted from Yang Yi's sword. At the same time, a faint violet glow flashed into appearance on the little claw of the violet mink who stood on Yang Yi's shoulder. At this moment, the violet mink was extremely angry, and it was glaring at Li Qingshui. If it wasn't because Yang Yi had stopped it just now, then it would have shot a few hundred violet-colored energy swords at Li Qingshui by now. Meanwhile, Li Qingshui suddenly said, "Since you've comprehended third-level sword intent, I presume you're not just a nobody. I really am curious about which territory and sect you belong to." The crowd in the surroundings immediately converged their gazes onto Yang Yi when they heard Li Qingshui. Obviously, they wanted to know which territory Yang Yi came from as well. Is there any point? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. Right. Li Qingshui nodded and said, "It really is pointless to ask such a question to someone who's about to die." Right at this moment, Nangong Ming suddenly vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she looked carefully at the violet mink. After a short while, she took a deep breath while a wisp of shock arose in her eyes before she gazed at Yang Yi and asked, Why would it be by your side?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" Nangong Ming said with a low voice, "Don't tell me that you're unaware of its background." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Does she mean she knows the little fellow's background? How was she able to notice that the violet mink is a demon beast? Yang Yi shook his head and said, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right?" A wisp of anger flashed through Nangong Ming's eyes because no one amongst the younger generation dared to speak to her in such a way. However, she didn't flare up, and her tone became slightly gentler as she said, "Allow me to apologize for what happened just now. I don't have any ill intent towards you in it, and I merely felt extremely fond of it because it was cute. But I never imagined that it was actually from that clan." "You didn't have any ill intent?" Yang Yi laughed with ridicule, and then he gazed at Li Qingshui and said, "This is what you call having no ill intent? If I didn't possess some strength, then I would probably be dead now, right? Do you really want to die?" Meanwhile, Li Qingshui gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. "You can give it a try?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he smiled coldly. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Li Qingshui's eyes, and he was just about to attack when Nangong Ming shook her head towards him before she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "The incident from before really was our mistake. I hope you don't take it to heart. Farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Ming glanced at the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder with a complicated expression, and then she walked towards the heaven entrance. Li Qingshui glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, "You're dead if this happens again." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly went after Nangong Ming. Shi Luo walked over to Yang Yi and sized him up from top to bottom before he said, "Tisk, tsk. I truly didn't expect that you actually possess third-level sword intent, and this physical body of yours is actually strong to such an extent. Even that damn ball was unable to harm you. Unfortunately, you've offended that Frostface, and he's very petty. So, he'll definitely come looking for trouble with you in the future." "Whatever." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he glanced at Shi Luo and said, "Actually, aren't the three of you together?" "Tui," Shi Luo growled. "Am not with that Frostface. That Frostface is usually reticent, silent, and acts cool, but he's actually full of tricks. If my strength wasn't quite good, then I would have been cut apart and fed to dark beasts by him a very long time ago." Yang Yi said abruptly, "I think that you're not a match for him. Trying to provoke me into action?" Shi Luo chuckled and said, "Don't play such tricks in front of this young master. If it wasn't for the fact that we have to deal with those fellows from the demon territory, nether territory, and devil territory, I would have had a huge battle with him just now. Right, out of consideration that we've become acquainted, they'll give you a word of advice. If you encounter that Frostface while you're alone, then run as far as you can. Let me tell you a secret. He has killed numerous spirit realm experts on his own." "Haha. Spirit realm experts?" Yang Ye's eyes narrowed while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Even though he disliked Li Qingshui, he had to admit that Li Qingshui's strength was truly extremely terrifying, especially that green ball of light. Earlier, it had actually struck him before he could even react and blasted him flying. After all, his physical body wasn't inferior to an ordinary spirit-rank dark beast right now. However, it was exactly such a physical body that had been blasted flying. Moreover, the vital energy within his body roiled to the point he almost suffered an internal injury. Most importantly, he felt that it was only a casual attack from Li Qingshui. In other words, Li Qingshui hadn't attacked seriously at all, and just that casual attack had blasted Yang Yi flying. Before he encountered Li Qingshui, Yang Yi felt that he wasn't inferior to anyone amongst his peers. However, the cruel facts from before told him that he was still very weak amongst King Realm experts. There's always someone stronger and better in the world. This famous saying has always been truth itself. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Had decided that he would head to the ninth hell and find the ninth hell cold gale as soon as possible, and it was best if he could find it before the hidden dragon pagoda was opened. Otherwise, if he went against Li Qingshui with the strength he possessed right now, then he would definitely lose if he didn't utilize the Nether Ghost Flame and his 5th-level sword intent. Moreover, he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat Li Qingshui even if he utilized them. After all, Li Qingshui was from a 9th-rank sect, so would he lack treasures and cultivation techniques? Would he be inferior to Yang Yi? The answer was naturally no. At this moment, the others within the city had somehow found out that the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory were about to traverse the heaven entrance. So, countless profounders had surged out from within the city, and it wasn't long before no less than a few tens of thousands of profounders had arrived in the surroundings. Moreover, this number was increasing incessantly. The heaven entrance was undoubtedly a terrifying existence to the countless spectators in the surroundings. Not to mention the heaven entrance, the countless spectators in the crowd didn't even dare to try traversing the earth entrance. Because if one were to die within the heaven entrance or earth entrance, then it would mean the destruction of both body and soul. It made it impossible for them to even have a chance at reincarnation. Nangong Ming walked slowly to the heaven entrance, and then she nodded lightly to both the spirit realm experts who stood outside it before she said, Nangong Ming, an elite disciple of the 9th-rank sect, the Pure River sect, am at the peak of the King Realm. The spirit realm expert on the left nodded slightly and said, Have you made up your mind? Of course. Nangong Ming nodded. Then please go ahead. The spirit realm expert on the right spoke indifferently. Nangong Ming flipped her palm, and a mirror appeared there. This mirror was round and had numerous strange diagrams inscribed on its back. The borders of the mirror even had many marks that seemed like bolts of lightning. In short, based on its outward appearance alone, there didn't seem to be anything special or outstanding about this mirror. However, the expressions of those 2 spirit realm experts had changed when they saw the mirror, and the expert on the left said in a low voice, Little girl, is that the low-grade heaven-rank dark treasure, spirit illumination mirror? Nangong Ming nodded and said, Excuse me for using it, but I have no other choice. The heaven entrance's attack is equivalent to the attack of a 5th-rank spirit realm expert who didn't rely on any external forces to advance to such a realm of cultivation. So, with the strength I possess right now, I can only rely on a heaven-rank dark treasure to resist it. The spirit realm expert on the right shook his head and said, Little girl, you're being too modest. Throughout history, has there been anyone besides a small handful of people who were able to pass through the heaven entrance without relying on an external source of strength? It seems to have been a few thousand years since someone who traversed the heaven entrance without relying on any external sources of strength has appeared. The spirit realm expert on the left nodded and said, Indeed, one hasn't appeared for a few thousand years. Not to mention those that don't rely on any external sources of strength, even if it's those who relied on such external sources of strength to traverse the heaven entrance, there have only been a few dozen throughout the last few thousand years. Your strength isn't bad, so you'll almost definitely be able to pass through the earth entrance if you choose it. However, if you choose the heaven entrance, then the slightest carelessness would end in death. You have to think it through. I truly don't wish to see our central territory lose an extraordinary genius. Nangong Ming grinned and said, Thank you for the reminder, seniors. However, I still insist on trying, otherwise, I would be disgruntled my whole life. These two spirit realm experts exchanged glances when they heard this, and then they sighed in unison before moving aside. Indeed, if a genius like Nangong Ming wasn't allowed to try the heaven entrance, then it would be an eternal knot in her heart. Perhaps it wouldn't affect her in the beginning, but it would be lethal once she attained the monarch realm. So, they didn't obstruct her. Nangong Ming walked slowly towards the heaven entrance, and her expressions turned solemn as she gazed at it. This entrance didn't just represent a matter of dignity, it was also related to her own mental state. The path of cultivation was filled with countless difficulties. If she wasn't confident and was obstructed by this insignificant door, then how could she overcome the difficulties throughout her path and attain the peak of the martial Tao? So, she had to traverse the heaven entrance. Shi Luo and Li Qingshui fell silent. They didn't stop her because they understood her actions. The countless spectators in the surroundings instantly shot their gazes towards Nangong Ming because nothing was more exciting than witnessing the rise or fall of geniuses. At this moment, Yang Ye's gaze was on her as well. Head witnessed how terrifying the heaven entrance was just now. Truthfully speaking, he wasn't confident in his ability to pass through it, because if it merely attacked once, then he would naturally be able to overcome the attack. However, the problem was whether the heaven entrance would only launch a single attack. Moreover, he didn't know whether the heaven entrance had even more terrifying attacks. In short, he wasn't very confident in his ability to pass through it. However, he would definitely attempt it. Just like Nangong Ming, Yang Yi wouldn't tolerate any flaws in his mental state. Under the gazes of countless people, Nangong Ming raised her foot and stepped into the heaven entrance. Chapter 298 Unexpected Event. Nangong Ming had just stepped foot into the heaven entrance when a strand of energy fluctuation arose within it. After that, a ray of green light appeared out of thin air within the heaven entrance, and it shot swiftly towards Nangong Ming at a speed that countless people in the surroundings were unable to react to. Nangong Ming's expression turned solemn as she gazed at the green ray of light. Her sect had told her countless times about how terrifying the heaven entrance was, and it was even to the extent that those elders of the sect prohibited her from trying to enter through it because they were worried that she would suffer a mishap. However, she'd still done it in the end, because she was extremely confident of her own strength. But now, when she personally experienced the heaven entrance, she knew that she'd been always underestimating the heaven entrance. However, a released arrow couldn't return to the bow. At this moment, she had no paths of retreat, because retreat was equivalent to death. So, a wisp of a fierce expression flashed in her eyes while she shook her hand lightly, and then the spirit illumination mirror instantly moved towards the ray of green light. Under the astounded gazes of all the spectators, the ray of green light collided with the spirit illumination mirror. There was no explosion or any fluctuation of energy, because as soon as it came into contact with the mirror, the ray of green light and instantly vanished as if it had entered the mirror. The crowd of spectators was dumbstruck. That terrifying attack of the heaven entrance vanished just like that? Yang Yi frowned as well. Had personally witnessed how terrifying the green light was. It was an attack that was on par with a full-force strike of a spirit realm expert who hadn't relied on any external sources of strength to advance into the spirit realm. However, it had vanished just like that. Exactly what is that mirror to actually be so terrifying? The spirit illumination mirror is a heaven-rank defensive dark treasure, and it's said to be able to absorb all attacks in the world. Of course, it isn't that terrifying. However, it can still absorb the attacks from combat techniques below the heaven rank and the attacks of spirit realm experts. Moreover, after it absorbs these attacks, it can reflect them back. That's the most terrifying ability of the mirror. Shi Luo seemed to know that Yang Yi was puzzled and spoke indifferently from the side. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this. A heaven-rank defensive dark treasure. In other words, with that mirror in her possession, she's already invincible in a battle with her peers. All other profounders who don't possess heaven-rank treasures will be unable to harm her at all. If that was the case, then how the heck would anyone be able to fight her? At the heaven entrance, Nangong Ming hadn't relaxed when the spirit illumination mirror absorbed that strand of green light, and her expression had turned solemn instead. Because only she knew that even if the ray of green light was just a little bit stronger, then the mirror in her hand might have collapsed. The might of the heaven entrance had completely exceeded her imagination. After a moment of silence, another ray of green light suddenly flashed into appearance. This ray of green light was much larger than the ray of green light from before, and its speed was much faster as well. Nangong Ming's pupils constricted while she hurriedly waved her fair hand. White light suddenly erupted from the mirror, and then a ray of green light suddenly shot out violently from within the mirror. The two rays of green light had just come into contact in midair when the ray of green light that shot out explosively from within the mirror had rumbled and dispersed. On the other hand, the ray of green light from the heaven entrance didn't slow down as it struck onto Nangong Ming's spirit illumination mirror. Crack! The green light vanished mysteriously, just as it had before this. However, everyone heard a light crack this time. Those with comparatively discerning gazes had noticed that some fine cracks had appeared on the borders of the mirror. Countless people instantly gasped when they witnessed this because the second attack from the heaven entrance was actually so terrifying to the point of being capable of damaging a heaven-ranked treasure. If we were to enter the heaven entrance and didn't possess heaven-ranked treasures to resist it, when they thought up to here, cold sweat emerged from countless people. They who didn't possess heaven-ranked treasure would probably be instantly annihilated, just like Wang Jindao had. Shi Luo and Li Qingshui frowned while worry appeared simultaneously in their eyes. The might of the heaven entrance had completely exceeded their expectations. In other words, they who were originally confident in Nangong Ming couldn't help but waver slightly when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, Yang Yi felt lucky in his heart. Yes, he felt lucky because if Head entered rashly just now and this terrifying attack took him by surprise, and especially if it was this second ray of green light, then he would definitely be heavily injured, and his life might have been in danger as well. Needless to say, the might of the heaven entrance had completely exceeded his imagination. Not to mention King Realm experts, even some Spirit Realm experts would probably be obliterated as well. Right at this moment, another wave of energy fluctuation arose in the heaven entrance, and then another strand of green light appeared out of thin air. This time, Nangong Ming's pupils instantly constricted when she saw it because it was more than 2 times stronger than the ray of green light from before. Moreover, its speed was so swift that even she couldn't see it clearly. Nangong Ming's reaction wasn't slow, and she immediately made her profound energy surged violently into the mirror, causing a strand of dazzling white light to instantly erupt from it. After that, another ray of green light shot out violently from within the mirror. As soon as the green lights came into contact with each other in midair, the ray of green light from the mirror had been instantly dispersed just like before, and then the ray of green light from the heaven entrance blasted onto the mirror. Under the astounded gazes of everyone in the surroundings, the spirit illumination mirror trembled slightly before a bang resounded, and then it exploded into pieces. However, the ray of green light hadn't vanished, and it didn't slow down as it shot explosively towards Nangong Ming. Li Qingshui and Shi Luo's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene. Right when the two of them were about to act, the 2 spirit realm experts who stood on guard outside the heaven entrance had appeared mysteriously in front of Li Qingshui and Shi Luo, and they obstructed their path. Obliterate! Right at this moment, a light shout resounded from within the heaven entrance. Everyone looked over and saw Nangong Ming wave her palm forward before clenching it lightly. In the next moment, a fist-sized, pitch-black, and horrifying black hole suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Ming's hand. In merely an instant, the black hole had expanded a few times, and it swallowed the ray of green light. Someone in the surroundings exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. The mid-grade heaven rank combat technique, obliterate. Mid-grade heaven rank. Yang Ye's expression changed when he heard this. This was the first time he had seen a mid-grade heaven rank technique being executed. In the past, he felt that even if there was a gap between low-grade and mid-grade heaven rank techniques, it would definitely not be a huge gap. However, After he witnessed this scene, he had no choice but to admit that his thoughts were mistaken. The gap between a low-grade and mid-grade heaven rank technique wasn't just a little bit, it was a huge amount of little bits. Even some spirit realm experts were definitely unable to withstand the might of that third ray of green light, but a mid-grade heaven rank technique had directly swallowed it whole. Presently, Yang Yi slightly believed the rumors about Nan Gongming, Li Qingshui, and Shi Luo having jointly killed an Exalt realm expert. Nan Gongming instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the ray of green light being completely swallowed, and then she fell to a seated position on the ground. The attack from before had completely exhausted the profound energy within her body, so there wasn't even a drop of profound energy left within her right now. At this moment, even the most ordinary profounder could kill her. However, fortunately, Shed passed through the heaven entrance. Because the heaven entrance had always attacked just 3 times. After a moment of silence, thunderous cheers suddenly resounded in the surroundings. No matter which territory they belonged to, experts ought to be respected. Of course, most people felt shocked and helpless. They were the best geniuses in their respective territories, and they were the most dazzling existences there as well. But when they compared themselves to Nan Gongming right now, they instantly felt that they truly didn't deserve the title of monstrous genius. What was a true monstrous genius like? Someone like Nan Gongming. Yang Yi was silent. He had no choice but to admit that he was truly slightly shocked by Nan Gongming's strength, especially the heaven rank technique Shed executed at the end. Even though heaven rank techniques were terrifying, the most terrifying aspect was that Shed cultivated it to the point it was on the verge of perfection. Yes, it was on the verge of perfection. Earlier, when Nan Gongming had executed that heaven rank technique, Yang Yi, who possessed the enlightened sword heart, had only been able to notice a slight flaw in it after observing it with his full concentration. However, this flaw couldn't even be considered a flaw because Shed truly executed it too swiftly, so the flaw had vanished right after it appeared. In other words, even if Head noticed the flaw in her attack, Yang Yi was helpless against it. This was the first time Head encountered such a situation since Head attained the enlightened sword heart. Yang Yi, who was in deep thought, hadn't noticed that the violet mink on his shoulder was blinking, and faint violet light had flashed on its little claws. Moreover, its gaze was on the heaven entrance. The 2 spirit realm experts in front of the heaven entrance nodded as well because Nan Gongming's success could be considered to have brought glory to the Central Territory. So, as members of the Central Territory, they were naturally happy as well. Li Qingshui and Shi Luo heaved sighs of relief. Earlier, both of them were terrified as they watched Nan Gongming, especially during the final attack of the heaven entrance. It had completely exceeded their expectations. If Nan Gongming hadn't cultivated that heaven rank technique to the advanced stage, then she would have definitely perished, because the might of that final strike was utterly not something that their physical bodies could endure. The 2 of them exchanged glances before Shi Luo said, "Will you be going first, or should I?" "It's up to you." Li Qingshui was a man of few words. Shi Luo nodded and said, "Then he'll go first." The corners of Li Qingshui's mouth twitched as he glanced indifferently at Shi Luo. Right when Shi Luo was about to walk towards the heaven entrance, a strand of violet light had flashed by as the violet mink on Yang Yi's shoulder had suddenly vanished. In the next moment, it had appeared within the heaven entrance. The countless spectators in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Yang Yi's expression changed violently, and he didn't hesitate to utilize his movement technique to its limits. He transformed into a black ray of light that shot explosively towards the heaven entrance. Chapter 299, Heavily Injured. It's Yang Yi. At the instant that Yang Yi charged out from the crowd, some profounders from the Southern Territory had recognized him and instantly exclaimed with surprise. When they heard this, all the other profounders from the Southern Territory gazed simultaneously at Yang Yi, who was charging towards the heaven entrance. Just as Yang Yi had said, he could really be considered as a famous person amongst the younger generation of the Southern Territory. Head defeated the quasi-martial god of the Southern Territory, obtained the first position on the Ascension rankings, and comprehended 4th level sword intent and the enlightened sword heart. However, Even though all the profounders of the Southern Territory's younger generation were hostile towards Yang Yi because of the incident on Ascension Mountain Range during the Ascension rankings, they had no choice but to admit that Yang Yi's strength was extremely terrifying. They were just unwilling to admit that Yang Yi was the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Southern Territory. Now, when they saw Yang Yi actually intended to traverse the heaven entrance, all of them felt excited. Why were they excited? The current situation of the Southern Territory's profounders within ancient Domain City had to be explained for that. All of them present here were the most elite disciples of the Southern Territory, and they'd once thought that they were the greatest monstrous geniuses. However, only after they arrived here had they realized that the Southern Territory was the weakest amongst the various territories. Amongst the 4 entrances, there was actually not a single person that had passed through the Earth entrance. Even Yuan Tong, Wanren Yu, and Long Xinran, whom the profounders of the Southern Territory had entrusted great hopes to, were only able to pass through the man entrance. As for the others, practically all of them had entered through the dog entrance. So, the profounders of the Southern Territory weren't even able to walk with their heads held high within ancient Domain City. At the same time, they'd become the lowest of the low in the city. They were the most dazzling existences in the Southern Territory, but they were at the bottom in ancient Domain City. The profounders of the Southern Territory found it very difficult to get accustomed to such a difference, but what else could they do but adapt to it? It was their fault for possessing inferior strengths. How could the rules of ancient Domain City be something they could break? Moreover, most importantly, the profounders of the Southern Territory had become existences that were bullied in the city. Why were they bullied? Because they were weak. Because no one from the Southern Territory had passed through the Earth entrance. Yet now, Yang Yi was attempting to traverse the heaven entrance. At this moment, the countless profounders from the Southern Territory had tacitly forgotten how they treated Yang Yi in the past. At this moment, they really worked hard to cheer and clap for Yang Yi. At this moment, they sincerely hoped that Yang Yi was able to create a miracle again and allow the Southern Territory to have a genius that had passed through the heaven entrance so that they could hold their heads up high. In the crowd, a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in the eyes of Wanren Yu, Long Xinran, and Yuan Tong as they gazed at Yang Yi who had charged into the heaven entrance. Especially Yuan Tong, his emotions were the most complicated. In all honesty, he hated Yang Yi because Yang Yi made him lose the inheritance of the martial god. However, he felt gratitude towards Yang Yi as well, because that battle during the Ascension rankings had allowed him to gain a completely new understanding of himself. It was Yang Yi who allowed him to realize his insufficiencies. It was Yang Yi who made him realize that there was always someone stronger in the world. Moreover, it was Yang Yi that made him understand that his strength was still too weak. So, after the Ascension rankings came to an end, Yuan Tong hadn't become dispirited at all, and had aroused an unprecedented will to fight instead, allowing him to break through into the King realm in one go. It was exactly because of this that he was able to make the Origin School attach importance to him once more and send him to participate in this battle for karmic luck. After he broke through into the King realm, he was prepared to seek out Yang Yi and cleanse himself of his past humiliations. However, he found out to his disappointment that Yang Yi had actually chosen to traverse the Grand Myriad Mountains alone and travel to ancient Domain City on foot. This caused his plans to fail, and he had no choice but to plan to challenge Yang Yi after he met Yang Yi at ancient Domain City. However, had never imagined that once had arrived at ancient Domain City, he, Yuan Tong, would actually be so weak. Yes, amongst the 4 entrances, the Origin School had already instructed him that he couldn't attempt to pass through the heaven entrance. So, had chosen the Earth entrance. However, to his disbelief, he, Yuan Tong, who was said to be the greatest monstrous genius in the Southern Territory, was actually not even able to pass through the Earth entrance. If the Origin School hadn't given him a heaven-ranked defensive treasure, then he would already be dead right now. At the moment he failed, he sensed the undisguised disappointment from all the profounders of the Southern Territory, and there were even some that insulted and cursed him. He didn't blame them because had given them hope, yet had failed. His failure wasn't just a personal failure. It had even made all the profounders of the Southern Territory to be unable to hold their heads up high in the city. Now, at the moment he saw Yang Yi charge into the heaven entrance, he suddenly noticed that he didn't hate Yang Yi anymore. At this moment, he was just like the others, and he hoped that Yang Yi would be able to pass through the heaven entrance. Even though it was slightly impossible, he felt just like everyone else, and he sincerely hoped that Yang Yi would be able to create another miracle. It could be said that Yang Yi was the one and only existence who could change the current situation faced by the profounders of the Southern Territory. He's that Yang Yi from the Southern Territory who's said to be the quasi-sword emperor, 4th level sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, him? A profounder from one of the other territories instantly spoke with bewilderment when he heard the cheers of those profounders from the Southern Territory. Perhaps he does possess 4th level sword intent, otherwise, it's impossible for him to dare challenge Li Qingshui. However, the enlightened sword heart is probably just a rumor. What a joke. I haven't even heard of anyone in the Central Territory that possesses the enlightened sword heart. How could such a genius appear in the Southern Territory? Even if he doesn't possess the enlightened sword heart, it's extremely terrifying even if he has merely comprehended 4th level sword intent. A sword cultivator that possesses 4th level sword intent is almost unrivaled amongst his peers. However, if he intends to pass through the heaven entrance by relying on 4th level sword intent, then he's dreaming. Yang Yi, young master Shi Luo grinned and said, 4th level sword intent? The enlightened sword heart? The quasi-sword emperor? Haha, how interesting. At the moment that the violet mink had flashed into the heaven entrance, Yang Yi was truly frightened out of his wits. Had personally witnessed how terrifying the heaven entrance was, yet the little fellow had actually entered it directly. So, how could he not be anxious? So, he didn't hesitate to enter with the little fellow. At that moment, he hadn't thought about how terrifying the heaven entrance was, or whether he would die in it. There was only a single thought in his mind, and it was to keep the little fellow safe. In the heaven entrance, the violet mink's eyes instantly narrowed when it saw Yang Yi follow it in here, and then it revealed a cute smile. Obviously, it thought that Yang Yi had come to play with it. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Right when he was about to hold the violet mink in his arms and give it a good beating, a wave of energy fluctuation suddenly arose from within the heaven entrance. After that, a ray of green light flashed into appearance once more, and it shot explosively towards the violet mink and Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed violently when he saw this scene, and then his figure flashed to stand before the violet mink. After that, 4th level sword intent surged out at the same time that he drew his sword and slashed it forcefully at that ray of green light. How could Yang Yi dare to be careless when Head witnessed how terrifying the rays of green light were? So, he directly utilized 4th level sword intent at this moment, and Head even utilized the might of his golden profound energy and physical body. This was definitely a full force attack of Yang Yi's, and its might was extremely terrifying. Everywhere his sword passed, numerous explosions resounded successively. Moreover, the space throughout the sword's path even showed faint signs of warping. Li Qingshui's brows raised when he witnessed this scene, while Shi Luo, who stood by Li Qingshui's side, instantly said, "It really is 4th level sword intent." Haha, Frostface, I originally thought that he wouldn't be a match for you, but now it would seem like even though it's impossible for him to defeat you, he definitely possesses the ability to fight you with the 4th level sword intent that he possesses. Li Qingshui withdrew his gaze, glanced at Shi Luo, and then remained silent. Shi Luo chuckled, and then he gazed at the heaven entrance. Nangong Ming stood by their side and stared fixedly at the violet mink, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. Under the gazes of everyone in the surroundings, Yang Yi's attack collided forcefully with the ray of green light. In an instant, everyone heard the clear and resounding sound of metal breaking as the sword in Yang Yi's hand instantly broke into countless pieces. After that, a terrifying wave of air suddenly erupted from the point of collision. Bang! In an instant, the ground was blasted apart while countless rocks shot violently towards the surroundings like a rain of arrows. The surroundings were in a mess. The hearts of the profounders from the Southern Territory had instantly risen to their throats when they witnessed this scene. If it was in the past, they would wish for nothing more than to see Yang Yi perish. But not now. If Yang Yi was to fail now, then the situation they faced in ancient Domain City would only grow worse before becoming existences that were eternally bullied in the city. So, Yang Yi absolutely couldn't die. At the very least, he couldn't die right now. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't aware that numerous people were worried about him. After a short moment, the spectators could see the situation within the heaven entrance clearly. At this moment, Yang Yi was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled and hung down loosely to his shoulders, and the clothes he wore were riddled. It was like Head suffered a rain of arrows. In next to no time, their gazes had descended onto his right hand, and they noticed that his right hand had turned blood red. Yes, Yang Yi's entire right arm had turned blood red. If someone stood by his side, that person would notice that his entire arm was struck to the point it was on the verge of falling apart. Fine cracks had spread like spiderwebs throughout his arm, while strands of blood were slowly flowing out ceaselessly from his right arm. Nangong Ming's gaze descended onto Yang Yi's right arm, and then her expression turned solemn. She had personally experienced the might of the first attack from the heaven entrance, and she had only been able to withstand that attack by relying on a heaven-rank treasure. However, at this moment, Yang Yi had relied on nothing but an earth-rank sword to withstand that attack. Moreover, Head forcefully blasted that ray of green light into pieces. This fellow, Yang Yi's strength is actually so terrifying. Chapter 300: The Terrifying Heaven Entrance. Li Qingshui's expression had turned slightly solemn as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to withstand that terrifying attack by relying solely on an earth-rank sword. Of course, he was even more puzzled because it was absolutely impossible to rely on 4th-level sword intent alone to blast that attack into pieces. In other words, Yang Yi had definitely utilized other abilities just now. But so what? Li Qingshui's expression recovered its calm. Not to mention 4th-level sword intent. What would he have to fear even if Yang Yi really possessed the enlightened sword heart? Because Yang Yi was only a 1st-rank King Realm profounder in the end. The gap in their cultivations wasn't something that 4th-level sword intent and the enlightened sword heart could make up for. Surmounting ranks of cultivation to do battle? What a joke. How could anyone in this world do that to him? At this moment, the happiest amongst the people in the surroundings were definitely those profounders from the Southern Territory. After they recovered from the shock of witnessing Yang Yi actually being able to forcefully resist an attack from the heaven entrance, they completely seethed with excitement. Earlier, they merely hoped that Yang Yi could pass through the heaven entrance. Yes, they only hoped for it but didn't look favorably upon Yang Yi. But now, they believed it was possible. They felt that Yang Yi would definitely be able to create another miracle. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression was extremely solemn because the terrifying attack from the heaven entrance just now had almost blasted off his entire arm. His physical defensive was already on par with an ordinary spirit-rank dark beast. Moreover, Head utilized his 4th-level sword intent and golden profound energy just now. However, even then, Head still almost lost his arm. The attack of the heaven entrance was actually that terrifying. Right at this moment, another faint fluctuation of energy arose from within the heaven entrance. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. Right when he was about to utilize 5th-level sword intent, a ray of green light had shot out like a bolt of lightning from within the heaven entrance. This ray of green light was extremely swift, and it struck his chest before he could even react. Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide when he was struck by the green light, and his face instantly warped. After a moment of silence, a bang resounded. Yang Yi's clothes instantly transformed into ash and bared his entire body, and when the spectators saw the state Yang Yi was in, all of them were stunned. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire body seemed like glass that had suffered a heavy blow but hadn't shattered into pieces yet, and his entire body was densely covered in bloody marks. Yes, Yang Yi's entire body had cracked apart right now. Moreover, countless strands of blood were slowly flowing out from within his body. In next to no time, Yang Yi seemed as if he was made of blood, and he looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Nangong Meng shook her head slightly when she witnessed this scene. How could he possibly survive when he doesn't possess any heaven-rank treasures and entered rashly without being mentally prepared at all? However, even though he's about to die, he'll die a glorious death. After all, he forcefully resisted a terrifying attack from the heaven entrance. Young Master Shi Luo, who stood on Nangong Meng's right, shook his head slightly as well, and a wisp of pity flashed in his eyes when he gazed at Yang Yi, who seemed like a person made out of blood. Because he could have stopped Yang Yi from entering the heaven entrance just now, but he wanted to witness Yang Yi's strength, so he hadn't made a move to stop Yang Yi. However, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually die just like that. At this moment, the people with the worst expressions were definitely those profounders from the Southern Territory. Just a moment ago, Yang Yi had given them hope, but in the next moment, had made them fall into despair. When they thought about how they would never be able to hold their heads up high and be reduced to the servants of the profounders from the other territories in ancient Domain City, the countless profounders from the Southern Territory were unable to restrain their emotions, and they started to curse at Yang Yi, who was in the heaven entrance. Yang Yi, don't you fucking die. Aren't you said to be the greatest monstrous genius in the Southern Territory? Aren't you the future Sword Emperor? Don't you possess the enlightened sword heart? How can you fucking die? How can you fucking die? Yang Yi, fucking move. You idiot. Weren't you extremely formidable? Didn't you possess a physical defense comparable to a king-rank dark beast? Why can't you even withstand one fucking single blow of the heaven entrance? Haha. Is he dead? Good. Haha. The quasi-sword emperor? The enlightened sword heart? He's just like us. He's considered to be formidable in the Southern Territory, but he turns into trash once he's here at ancient Domain City. We're all just trash. Haha. Is he really dead? Yuan Tong stood amongst the crowd as he gazed at Yang Yi, who seemed like a person made out of blood, and he muttered in a low voice that carried dejection. How could you have died just like that? If you've died, then who would I got looking for to retrieve my determination to become the martial god which I lost to you? Amongst the people in the surroundings, there was another group of people that were extremely happy right now, and it was the group from the sword sect. At this moment, a heartfelt smile had appeared on Jian Wuji's face. Yang Yi wasn't a disciple of the sword sect anymore, and Yang Yi was even a disciple who had been kicked out from the sword sect. So, the stronger Yang Yi was, the greater the slap to the sword sect's face was. As a disciple of the sword sect, he naturally didn't wish for his sect to be laughed at by others. Of course, the most important reason was that if Yang Yi really passed through the heaven entrance, then with the status in the city possessed by those who've passed through the heaven entrance, and coupled with what the sword sect had done to Yang Yi in the past, how could Yang Yi possibly let them off? In his opinion, it was definitely impossible. At that time, once Yang Yi possessed special privileges in the city, then it would definitely be the end for all of them from the sword sect. However, he didn't have to worry about all of that now because Yang Yi was dead. Are you really dead? Somewhere within the crowd, Wenren gazed at Yang Yi while she said in a light voice, if you're dead, then what would your younger sister do? What would Auntie Yu do? How could you just die like that? Had Yang Yi really died? Of course he hadn't, but he was on the verge of it. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't even dare take a large breath as he was deeply afraid that his body would instantly shatter into countless pieces. It could be said that the extent of his current injuries was the most severe head ever experienced in his entire lifetime, because his entire body had really been struck to the point it had shattered, and if his physical body wasn't formidable to the extreme, he would have probably been transformed into a pile of mush by now. Even though Head relied on the defensive ability of his physical body to barely remain alive now, he might die at any moment, because his blood was flowing endlessly, and fine cracks were ceaselessly spreading throughout his body. When Yang Yi was struck by the second ray of green light, the chief culprit, the violet mink, was instantly stunned in midair. As it watched more and more blood flow from Yang Yi while his condition grew worse and worse, 2 streams of tears instantly started flowing slowly from its lively eyes. It stretched its little claw out towards Yang Yi, but was afraid of causing Yang Yi pain, so it withdrew its claw once more. For a time, the violet mink was anxious to the point it ceaselessly flickered around Yang Yi. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly changed. Teleportation? Shi Luo cried out involuntarily. It's a demon beast. For the very first time, Li Qingshui revealed an expression of shock. He didn't speak, but just stared fixedly at the violet mink, as if he wanted to see through that little fellow which he intended to capture just now. Nangong Ming took a deep breath while the shock in her eyes was utterly undisguised. She said, "It really is from that clan. But why is it with a human?" As he gazed at the violet mink that was flickering incessantly before him, Yang Yi's lips parted slightly as he wanted to say something. However, Head just moved his mouth when a mouthful of blood sprayed out from within it. Moreover, this action affected the injuries throughout his body, and the heartrending pain he suffered instantly caused his face to warp once more. The violet mink hurriedly stopped in front of Yang Yi, and then it stretched its little claw forward to Yang Yi's face, yet withdrew it right after. Its eyes were filled with terror, and its round and puffy face was covered in a river of tears. Right at this moment, another fluctuation of energy came abruptly from within the heaven entrance, and then a ray of green light flashed once more into appearance. After that, it seemed like a bolt of lightning, as it once again shot swiftly towards Yang Yi at a speed that wasn't visible to the eye. Yang Yi, who was standing within the heaven entrance, couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart when he saw another ray of green light appear. Do the heavens desire to put an end to me? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He swiftly gazed at the violet mink, and then he disregarded the injuries Head received as he forcefully opened his mouth and said, "Lit, fell, run." He hadn't been able to finish speaking when a mouthful of blood sprayed once more from between his lips. The violet mink was stunned for an instant. In the next moment, its round and puffy little face had instantly turned ferocious, and a strand of violet light suddenly surged out from within it. After that, the violet mink's figure instantly doubled in size, while a pair of small violet wings had appeared on its back. Moreover, its large eyes had instantly turned violet at this moment. A spatial mink with violet eyes. Nangong Ming opened his eyes wide and cried out involuntarily with shock upon witnessing this scene. When they heard Nangong Ming, the two spirit realm experts, Li Qingshui and Shi Luo, instantly gazed at the violet mink with expressions of disbelief. At this moment, they couldn't be bothered to care about whether Yang Yi was still alive, and only the extremely furious violet mink remained within their scopes of attention. The violet light had just arrived in front of Yang Yi when the violet mink had immediately waved its claw. A strand of violet light flashed before the ray of green light directly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, it mysteriously blasted on the wall within the heaven entrance. Bang! An enormous and world-shaking bang rumbled and resounded like a thunderclap. Under the astounded gazes of all the spectators outside the heaven entrance trembled violently, and then another ray of green light actually appeared after a moment of deathly silence. A fourth attack. The two spirit realm experts at the side were dumbstruck. The heaven entrance had always executed merely 3 attacks, but a fourth attack had actually appeared this time. What's going on? What went wrong? Their minds were filled with questions. Just like before, it once again shot explosively towards Yang Yi upon appearing, and its speed was so swift that it caused Yang Yi's pupils to constrict violently. Because at the speed that it was moving, even he was unable to discern its trajectory. Moreover, merely an instant had passed before he sensed that it had arrived in front of him and was about to collide with him. Fortunately, the violet mink waved its little claw, and then that terrifying ray of green light instantly vanished in front of Yang Yi. In the next moment, the ray of green light had appeared amidst the crowd outside the heaven entrance. Yes, the green light didn't strike against the heaven entrance this time, and the little fellow had directly teleported it out of the heaven entrance and towards the crowd. Nobody knew whether the violet mink had done it intentionally or not, but the spot where the green light descended just happened to be where the profounders from the Southern Territory stood. This ray of green light that appeared abruptly caused those profounders from the Southern Territory to instantly shudder with terror. Chapter 301, The Infuriated Violet Mink. Bang! Along with a world-shocking explosion, almost 100 profounders from the Southern Territory didn't even have the time to react before the ray of green light blasted them into mush. After the dust and dirt dispersed, a large, bottomless, and pitch-black hole had appeared outside ancient Domain City. As they gazed at that hole, countless profounders instantly gasped, and even the eyelids of Li Qingshui and Shi Luo had twitched. The attacks of the Heaven Entrance are truly too terrifying. Even the two of them were extremely fearful if they were to face this attack. In next to no time, the crowd recovered from their shock and gazed simultaneously towards the violet mink. At this moment, its eyes were a mix of crimson and violet, while its expression was ferocious, and a violet aura was ceaselessly sweeping out from within it. The violet wings on its back were flapping swiftly and incessantly, and as they were ceaselessly flapped, some people with sharp and discerning gazes noticed that the space around the violet mink actually seemed to be rippling without end. Right at this moment, another ray of green light appeared within the Heaven Entrance. The expressions of all the spectators changed violently when they witnessed this scene, and then they didn't hesitate to flee towards the surroundings. Li Qingshui, Shi Luo, and Nangong Ming moved over 30 back as well. With their current strengths, they would naturally be able to resist an attack from the Heaven Entrance if they joined forces. However, that was truly unnecessary. Moreover, the violet mink had clearly gone berserk, so they didn't want to offend it. This time, the ray of green light didn't attack Yang Yi, and it shot explosively towards the violet mink instead. However, this strand of violet light hadn't even arrived in front of the violet mink when it vanished mysteriously. In the next moment, a world-shocking explosion resounded outside the Heaven Entrance, and some profounders who weren't able to flee in time were blasted into mush. Countless profounders were astounded when they witnessed this scene, and then they ran madly away from ancient Domain City. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to have more legs because this violet mink was truly too terrifying. However, the matter was far from over. The Heaven Entrance seemed to have been infuriated, and it trembled violently. In the next moment, 5 rays of green light flashed into appearance and shot towards Yang Yi and the violet mink. Moreover, it was so swift that it was almost 2 times faster than the attacks from before. Even though Yang Yi couldn't move right now, he was still fully conscious, and he was instantly horrified when he saw those 5 rays of green light. How will the little fellow resist that? When he thought up to here, he disregarded his injuries and made the profound energy within his body surge violently before he forcefully circulated it out of his body. With a flip of his palm, the hidden sword appeared in his hand. He held it with both hands and forcefully endured the heart-rending pain he suffered as he flashed forward and stood in front of the violet mink, who had been slightly stunned by the sight of those 5 rays of green light. After that, he let out a loud shout and swiftly slashed towards those 5 rays of green light. A strand of golden sword chi whistled sharply through the air as it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. However, the gold sword chi hadn't even come into contact with those 5 rays of green light when it was blasted into nothingness by the imposing aura emanated from those 5 green rays of light. Yang Yi laughed bitterly when he witnessed this scene. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? At the moment that Head executed that strand of sword chi, his entire body had started to split apart slowly, and the bones and scarlet-red flesh beneath his skin were exposed. He seemed extremely hideous and terrifying, and it caused the profounders in the surroundings to be unable to bear the sight of it. More and more blood flowed from him, while his skin split wider and wider. Moreover, the profound energy within his body had started to rage about throughout his body. At this moment, Yang Yi felt that he was really about to die. If he hadn't entered here rashly, then perhaps he wouldn't die. But did he regret his actions? Yang Yi didn't. Even if Head known what the outcome would be at the moment before he entered the Heaven Entrance, he would still do it without the slightest hesitation. Head taken the little fellow to be a loved one of his. So how could he, Yang Yi, do nothing when the little fellow was in danger? Even if he was clearly aware that he wasn't a match for it, he still intended to act. Because wasn't the worst consequence just death? He was naturally not willing to die because he wanted to save his mother and take care of his younger sister. However, there were some things that he couldn't refrain from doing just because of these reasons. Just like this incident right now. Yang Yi glanced at the violet mink with reluctance, and his lips parted slightly as he intended to tell the little fellow to flee quickly. However, at this moment, Yang Yi was unable to open his mouth no matter how hard he tried, and then his consciousness gradually started to blur. As it watched Yang Yi's eyes close slowly, the violet mink was stunned, and then it was infuriated. Roar! It howled furiously before a strand of dazzling violet light suddenly erupted from its body. When the spectators in the surroundings saw this violet light, they were instantly shocked to the point their eyeballs almost fell from their sockets, because everywhere it passed, it actually caused space to warp. Yes, space had started to warp. After those 5 rays of green light entered that warped expanse of space, they shockingly started to warp as well, and then it wasn't long before they vanished. Yes, they directly vanished just like that. As expected of the most mysterious and shocking spatial mink clan of the demon territory, when she witnessed this, Nangong Ming took a deep breath and said, with such natural talent and terrifying spatial techniques, it's no wonder that even those extraordinary overlords of the demon territory don't dare to rashly offend them. But why would it be with a human? Moreover, it's a human who's only at the first rank of the king realm. Right at this moment, another wave of energy fluctuation arose from within the heaven entrance. After that, 10 rays of green light appeared out of thin air. The violet mink revealed sorrow in its eyes upon witnessing this scene. That spatial technique it executed just now was its final attack. In other words, it was unable to deal with these 10 rays of green light right now. Its figure flashed onto Yang Yi's shoulder, and then it leaned its little head by the side of Yang Yi's face. After that, it gradually closed its eyes. From the beginning until the end, it could have fled. Or it should be said that when it entered the heaven entrance, it was able to deal with the attacks of the heaven entrance, or if worse came to worse, it could still flee. Because no matter how swift the green light wasn't as fast as it was. However, it hadn't expected that Yang Yi would follow it in. After all, while the green light couldn't catch up to its speed, the green light was absolutely able to move faster than Yang Yi. In other words, Yang Yi was unable to flee. Moreover, Yang Yi had been struck by the green light before it could even react. So how could it have abandoned Yang Yi and fled by itself? Just like this very moment. Even though it was unable to resist those 10 rays of green light, it was still able to flee from them. However, it didn't choose to flee because it felt the same way as Yang Yi did. Since they couldn't live together, then they would die together. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Asshole. Fucking bastard. Can't the two of you just stop? Ah. It has been 10,000 years. This princess is finally on the verge of breaking through a layer of the restrictions, but I have to fall once more into deep slumber because of the two of you. Ah! A tiny trash equipment spirit actually dares to spoil things for this princess. This princess will obliterate you. Ah! While he was unconscious, Yang Yi had heard these words in his daze, and then Yang Yi had the indistinct feeling that the tiny vortex within his body had suddenly started to circulate. The 10 rays of green light had arrived before Yang Yi and the violet mink in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, a strand of violet energy suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then the violet energy instantly blasted those 10 rays of green light into dispersion. After that, the violet energy didn't slow down at all as it directly blasted towards the heaven entrance at a speed that couldn't be noticed by the spectators. Bang! The wall of the heaven entrance that was over 300 m tall instantly trembled. In the next moment, 2 miserable and shrill cries resounded from within the heaven entrance, and then the heaven entrance rumbled as it collapsed under the astounded gazes of the spectators. No. It should be said that it had been transformed into powder and not just collapsed. Yes, the heaven entrance had been transformed into powder that was like fine sand. It wasn't just the heaven entrance. Even the earth entrance suffered the same fate. The heaven entrance and earth entrance of ancient domain city are gone just like that? As they gazed at the powder and debris that covered the ground, all the spectators were dumbstruck, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of ancient domain city. The middle-aged man was around 40 years old. His brows were thick, his eyes were large, and he had an oblong face and spirited eyes. Even though he hadn't said anything as he stood there, he emanated a terrifying and imposing aura. The expressions of the spirit realm experts instantly changed when they saw this middle-aged man, and then the two of them hurriedly ran over to the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully. After that, the spirit realm expert on the right said, "Elder Ma, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man called Elder Ma shook his head lightly, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze. His expression instantly turned solemn when he saw the heaven entrance and earth entrance. Perhaps others were unaware, but he was clearly aware that the heaven entrance and earth entrance was a Tao artifact, and the artifact spirit of this Tao artifact was comparable to an Exalt Realm expert. However, this artifact spirit that was comparable to an Exalt Realm expert had actually been obliterated by someone. Moreover, even the Tao artifact itself had been transformed into powder. Exactly how terrifying would one's strength need to be in order to accomplish this? It would at least require an expert at the 5th rank of the Monarch realm to accomplish it so thoroughly. When he thought up to here, Elder Ma took a deep breath before he said in a low voice, "I'm the Elder of Ancient Domain City's enforcement team, Ma Yipping. Friend, since you dared to destroy the heaven entrance and earth entrance, there should be no reason why you wouldn't come out and meet me, right?" No one answered him. Ma Yipping frowned, and then his divine sense surged out. After a short while, the brows on his forehead had knit together even more tightly. Because with the strength he possessed, his divine sense could instantly cover an area of over 500 kilometers. He hadn't searched with his divine sense before this out of consideration for the person's strength, because acting in that way was extremely disrespectful. However, that person didn't answer him or make an appearance, and this made him slightly angry. So, he utilized his divine sense to search for the person. But he was puzzled by the fact that his divine sense hadn't found anything. There could only be a single reason why such a situation appeared, and it was that the person's strength far exceeded his own and had avoided his detection. However, in ancient domain city, no, throughout the profounder continent, the number of people who surpassed him in strength could be counted with one's hands. Moreover, all of these people were extraordinary seniors who had lived for a few 10,000 years. Ma Yipping was just about to speak, but right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he gazed towards the north. After a short while, he said in a low voice, "Those fellows from the Devil Territory are quite earlier this time." After pondering deeply for a moment, Ma Yipping glanced at the crowd in the surroundings, and then he said in a low voice, "Quickly enter the city if you don't want to die." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. He couldn't interfere in the battles between these juniors, and the reminder he just issued was already against the rules. Fortunately, it wasn't a severe violation. Chapter 302: The Devil Territory. The Nether Territory. The Demon Territory. There was a mountain 500 kilometers away from ancient Domain City, and the mountain towered into the clouds. When looked at from afar, the mountain seemed like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. It was exactly Heaven Tower Mountain that was renowned throughout profounder continent. It was also the barrier between the Devil Territory and the Southern Territory. If it wasn't for this mountain, then the Southern Territory wouldn't belong to humans anymore. Of course, the true barrier to the young men of the Devil Territory wasn't the mountain, and it was the restrictions set up on the mountain. There was a mysterious and formidable restriction on this mountain. The restriction was a type of force that caused one to endure a greater gravitational force the greater one's cultivation was. For example, if experts at the first heaven realm ascended this mountain, then they had to endure 10 times the ordinary strength of gravity. But if it were king realm experts instead, then they would endure 30 times the normal strength of gravity. Moreover, the greater their cultivations, the stronger the force of gravity would be. However, if the youths of the devil race were able to endure the gravity on Heaven Tower Mountain, surmount it, and arrive at the Southern Territory, then they would obtain extraordinarily great benefits. Because after they endured the gravity, which was multiples times stronger than normal, no matter if it was their own strength or mental state, it would obtain great improvement because of this. The devil race was a race that respected the strong. Strength was equivalent to life to the youths of the devil race. So long as they could become stronger, then they could give everything up, including their lives. So, countless youths of the devil race would try successively to climb over Heaven Tower Mountain every single time that the fight for karmic luck at the Hidden Dragon Pagoda was held. However, only a pitiable few were actually able to climb over Heaven Tower Mountain. At this moment, a few hundred youths with tall and robust figures were walking step by step from the mountainside of Heaven Tower Mountain towards its peak. The appearance of these youths was extremely similar to humans, and if it wasn't for their figures that were clearly much more robust than humans and the pair of horns that grew out of their heads, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they were human. There was an especially striking young man at the front of this group of youths. Why was he said to be especially striking? Because the horns on the heads of all the other youths were black, yet his horns were violet. Moreover, when the youths behind him gazed at him occasionally, all their gazes were filled with extreme respect. Right at this moment, one of the youths walked over to the side of the violet-horned youth and said, "Emoku, rest a little or don't obstruct the gravity for us." "Yeah, big brother Emoku. If you hadn't been helping to relieve us of the gravity we suffered, then you would have climbed over Heaven Tower Mountain a long time ago. Just forget about us, otherwise, we'll truly become sinners of the entire devil race if we drag you down with us." "Just forget about us. Big brother, go on ahead." The young man called Emoku stopped, and then he turned around to glance at them. As he gazed at their completely red eyes, Emoku took a deep breath and said, "How many came to climb over Heaven Tower Mountain with us this time?" Their expressions instantly dimmed down when they heard this, and they remained silent for a moment before someone answered. 1,300 brothers. "What about now?" asked Emoku once more. All of them lowered their heads and fell silent. "There are only 432 now." Emoku's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, 1,300 elites of my devil race left with me, yet only 432 remain while we haven't even arrived at Hidden Dragon Pagoda. If even all of you die on Heaven Tower Mountain, then it would be utterly meaningless even if I, Emoku, obtain the first on the Hidden Dragon list and seize countless amounts of karmic luck for the devil race. Your ability to arrive here is sufficient proof of the potential all of you possess. So long as all of you survive, then countless extraordinary experts would surge into appearance from my devil race in the future. However, if all of you perish, then there will be a gap in the cultivation of experts within our devil race for a certain period of time in the future. At that time, our devil race would be in danger. We understand all of that. The youth by Emoku's side said, "However, Heaven Tower Mountain is truly too terrifying. The gravity we're enduring now is already 46 times that of what we usually endure. If you weren't enduring most of the gravity for us, then we would have already been unable to hold on before this 46 times of gravity. But now, we've only arrived at the mountainside of Heaven Tower Mountain." Emoku took a deep breath, and then he suddenly turned around to gaze at the mountain, and a wisp of a savage expression flashed in his eyes as he gazed at this mountain that shot into the clouds. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, pointed a finger towards the peak of the mountain, and shouted furiously, "What? Why must my devil race live in such an adverse environment? Why isn't my devil race allowed to enter the world of the humans? Why?" The youths behind Emoku fell silent. They naturally understood who Emoku was asking these questions to, and it was naturally the extraordinary expert Hood set up these terrifying restrictions all those years ago. The devil territory was covered in snow and ice all year round, and the weather there was extremely adverse. Because of that, most things were unable to survive there, and it caused the devil territory to have a severe lack of food. It could be said that amongst 10 infants in the devil territory, there were at least 4 that would be unable to grow up, because practically all 4 of them would die of starvation. It was exactly because of this that the youths of the devil territory had an extremely high regard towards martial strength. After all, if they possessed strength, then they wouldn't have to starve to death. Under such circumstances, the youths of the devil territory would naturally do all they could to become stronger. If the human profounders wanted to become experts for all sorts of various desires and reasons, then the devils of the devil race wanted to become experts purely for the sake of survival. This was also the reason why the strength of the devil race far surpassed the human race. On the other hand, the one that made the devil race suffer such hardships for thousands of years was naturally the extraordinary expert who set up the restrictions on Heaven Tower Mountain. The youths of the devil race naturally hated this human expert, but they couldn't do anything about it even if they hated him, because that extraordinary expert seemed to have left this world already. Of course, even if he was still in this world, they would be helpless against him. Just a restriction that the extraordinary expert had created thousands of years ago had trapped their devil race until now. The devil race hadn't produced such an expert for the last 10,000 years. The wind here grew stronger and stronger, and it was to the extent that these youths from the devil race were on the verge of being unable to endure it even with the formidable physical bodies they possessed. After a short moment of silence, Imoku took a deep breath, and then he pointed his finger towards the sky and said, "I, Imoku, swear on my soul that I'll definitely eliminate Heaven Tower Mountain from this world. I'll allow my devil race to stop enduring the hardships of the devil territory." As soon as he finished speaking, Imoku turned to gaze at the youths behind him and said, "The human world is right before our eyes. We just have to climb over this mountain, and we'll be able to taste the flesh and blood of humans. Don't all of you want to take revenge for this 10,000-year-old enmity with your own two hands? Yes, drink their blood and eat their flesh. Eat their flesh. Come, follow Big Brother. Even if we die, we must eat the flesh of humans." 6 hours later, bang! Imok's legs swiftly descended to the ground, and the ground beneath his feet instantly started trembling violently. After that, countless cracks that were thick as an arm swept swiftly towards the surroundings. In less than 2 breaths of time, the ground in an area of over 3 kilometers around Imoku had cracked open. Something worthy of mentioning was that there were less than 200 people behind Imoku now. As he gazed at the black, that was ancient domain city in the distance, Imoku revealed a savage smile as he said, "Humans, I, Imoku, am coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Imoku led the youths from the devil race in a dash towards ancient domain city. At the same time, on a plain that was over 1,000 kilometers away to the east, a pitch-black vortex had appeared out of thin air. The sky had suddenly dimmed when this pitch-black vortex appeared above the plain, and at the same time, a huge expanse of the ground around the pitch-black vortex had transformed into barren ground. After a moment of silence, countless black figures that wore black robes and seemed like shadows had floated out from within the vortex, and in next to no time, a few hundred black figures had appeared here. These black figures were extremely strange because they were floating in midair, and they didn't have shadows. Right at this moment, a black figure in the lead that held iron chains in his hand sniffed for a moment before he greedily inhaled a deep breath and said, "The smell of human souls. Hee hee. How I yearn for it." As soon as he finished speaking, this group of black figures floated swiftly towards ancient domain city. After my yipping had just vanished outside ancient domain city, and while the crowd was still puzzled, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared above them, and this pressure caused countless profounders to instantly lay down on the ground. They were astounded. Right at this moment, over 10 enormous green dragons that were around 3 kilometers long had appeared in the sky above the area outside ancient domain city. These enormous dragons moved ceaselessly through the air while dragon pressure rained down incessantly, causing countless human profounders below to be horrified. "It's the Green Dragon clan of the Demon Territory." Shiluo spoke with a solemn expression when he saw those dragons. "They're too arrogant," said Li Qingshui, who stood by Shiluo's side. At the same time, the demonic dimension ball that floated in front of him had started to revolve swiftly. Meanwhile, Nangong Meng shook her head and said, "Let's retreat to the city first. Those fellows from the Devil Territory and Nether Territory have arrived as well." Li Qingshui and Shiluo instantly frowned when they heard this. If it was just these green dragons from the Demon Territory, then the three of them naturally didn't have to retreat. But if those freaks from the Devil territory and the bizarre fellows from the Nether territory were to be included, then the three of them had no choice but to be fearful. Because if there were no humans present, then the fellows from these three territories might fight against each other. But if there were humans present, then they would definitely join forces to deal with the humans first. It couldn't be helped. For the last 10,000 years, the human race was famous amongst the other races of the entire continent for bullying others with numbers. When they sensed various unfamiliar auras approaching from the surroundings, Li Qingshui and Shi Luo stopped hesitating. Shi Luo swept the profounders behind him with his gaze, and then he shouted in a low voice, "Swiftly return to the city if you don't want to die. Hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Luo leaped up into the sky, and then he flipped his palm and a great axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 303 Converging. As he held the great axe in his hand, a wisp of a ruthless expression flashed in Shi Luo's eyes. After that, he swiftly swung it towards the green dragons in the sky. After that, a ripple that was visible to the eye had instantly shot out, and the dragon pressure that suffused the sky was instantly dispersed when this ripple appeared. Meanwhile, the profounders in the surroundings had recovered from their shock, and then they didn't hesitate to run towards the city. In less than 15 minutes of time, only around 10 people still remained outside Ancient Domain City. Ants. The largest green dragon in the sky was instantly infuriated when Shi Long dispersed the dragon pressure with his great axe, and it swung its enormous tail towards Shi Luo. "Bring it on." "Haha, I've wanted to slaughter a dragon for a long time." Shi Luo laughed brightly. He spun on the spot, and then he suddenly swung his axe downward. Earthbreaker. As soon as his voice finished resounding, a ray of light that was over 30 m long had shot forward like a dazzling shooting star towards the green dragon. Everywhere as passed, space trembled and shook, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The impetus of his attack was extremely shocking. Bang! It smashed onto the green dragon's tail. In an instant, a world-shaking bang resounded here, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. Shi Luo swung his axe lightly, and the wave of energy that assaulted him was instantly dispersed. Right when he was about to launch another attack, Nangong Ming's anxious voice suddenly sounded out from below. "Shi Luo, let's go. Those fellows from the Devil territory and Nether territory are here." Shi Luo frowned when he heard this, and then he hesitated for a moment before his figure flashed and descended to the ground. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something, and he gazed towards Yang Yi and the violet mink who seemed like statues and said, "What about them?" Nangong Ming's brows knit together slightly as she pondered deeply for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, "We don't have the time. Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Ming and Li Qingshui's figures flashed towards the city. Shi Luo glanced at Yang Yi and the violet mink, and he fell silent for a moment before he sighed lightly. After that, his figure flashed towards Ancient Domain City as well. At this moment, only Yang Yi and the violet mink remained here. What state was Yang Yi in right now? He was naturally still alive. However, his consciousness had fallen completely into a deep slumber. As for the violet mink, perhaps it had exhausted itself too much, because it was actually sleeping while holding Yang Yi's neck. If Yang Yi was still conscious right now, he would notice that the army of dark beasts within his vortex Dantian had actually fallen unconscious right now. Of course, most importantly, a little girl was floating in the air above the pool of golden profound energy within his vortex Dantian. The little girl was very cute, or she should be said to be very beautiful, and she possessed an exquisite and flawless little face. Even though she was slightly young, anyone could imagine how gorgeous she would be once she grew up. She wore a white princess dress, and the dress was embroidered with numerous strange and mysterious talisman markings. These talisman markings seemed as if they were alive, and they were actually moving slowly. Moreover, a thumb-sized pearl hung down from her neck and resided on her chest, and it was bright, shiny, and dazzling. At this moment, she had her hands on her waist and a furious expression on her face, and it seemed like flames were about to spray from her eyes. At a certain moment in time, The little girl suddenly stomped her foot in midair, and then she said furiously, "He's truly too weak. Ah, why did you choose such a weak fellow? This princess can stab him to death with a single finger. Not only is he weak, he likes to cause trouble everywhere. It's fine if you die, but don't make this princess die with you." Ah! In the tiny vortex, the little girl grew angrier the more she cursed. In the end, Shed even started stamping her feet with rage. However, her countenance was turning paler, and her figure was turning more and more ethereal. After a short while, the little girl seemed to have noticed the state of her body, and she hurriedly stopped cursing. She patted her chest forcefully, and then let out a long breath of air. A moment later, she raised her hands in front of her, and then suddenly clenched them and shouted, "Open!" As soon as she spoke, a door appeared mysterious above the pool of golden, profound energy. The space within the door was completely white and misty, and it was impossible to see anything. The little girl hesitated for a long time before she spoke with extreme reluctance. "Go." Along with this word, a strand of violet energy suddenly surged out from within the door. When the violet energy appeared in the space within the tiny vortex, the figures of all the dark beasts that were lying on the ground had instantly shaken. After that, an extremely bizarre scene appeared. Those dark beasts suddenly grew much larger, and then a terrifying, imposing aura surged out from within them. The sky-howl demon wolf in Yang Yes' tiny vortex had instantly become a spirit rank dark beast. Gray and Silver had stepped into the half-step spirit rank as well. On the other hand, the other dark beasts had instantly attained the peak of the king rank. This wasn't the end of it. The strand of violet energy shot out of the tiny vortex and arrived in Yang Yes' normal Dantian. After that, it started to circulate slowly in Yang Yes' body. Everywhere the violet energy passed throughout Yang Yes' body, his originally shattered meridians and veins instantly recovered. This wasn't just happening within his body, and even his body that had countless cracks on it had started to recover at a visible speed. However, the little girl's countenance grew paler and paler while her body grew more and more ethereal. At this moment, her figure even seemed translucent. Outside the city, it had only been 10 breaths of time since Nangong Meng's group of 3 entered the city when Imoku had arrived while leading the 200 youths from the devil race with him. Moreover, Imoku had just arrived outside the city when a group of black figures that seemed like shadows had suddenly appeared outside the city. Imoku greedily inhaled a deep breath, and then he exclaimed, "What fresh air! What a magnificent city! There are no bone-piercingly cold snow and wind, no storms that rage throughout the year, and no adverse weather that makes the sky dim forever. This is really a paradise." Indeed. A black figure who held a chain in his hand spoke from amidst the group of black figures. "These humans are really blessed by nature." The black figure's voice sounded like a rock scratching a piece of iron, and it was sharp and ear-piercing. Imoku glanced at the black figure, and then he said, "You're the #1 genius of the Nether Territory, Hunyu?" Hee. The black figure laughed gloomily and said, "You're Imoku, right? Heh. As expected of the strongest genius in the devil race, your soul is actually so strong. Heh." As he spoke, he licked his lips while his eyes revealed a greedy glow. Imoku was just about to say something when his pupils suddenly constricted, because a pitch-black chain had suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was like a poisonous snake that shot towards his throat. Imoku's face instantly fell. However, surprisingly, he actually didn't evade and allowed the chain to strike his neck. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded when the chain struck his neck. Hunyu's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he gestured pulled on the robe to make it return instantly to him. After that, he said with a solemn expression, "According to rumor, you've cultivated the heavenly devil physique to the 7th level. It seems like it isn't a rumor but a fact." The expressions of the black figures behind Hunyu had changed simultaneously when they heard him. The heavenly devil physique was created by the most outstanding devil exalt in the devil race from over 15,000 years ago. It was a body refinement technique that had 12 levels. According to rumor, if someone was able to cultivate it to the 10th level, then one could become a god by way of the body. If it was cultivated to the 11th level, then the body would be eternal and difficult to be destroyed. As for the 12th level, no one knew what the 12th level did, because for the last 15,000 years, only that Devil Exalt was able to cultivate it to the 12th level, and that same Devil Exalt had vanished from the continent over 10,000 years ago. In short, the Heavenly Devil Physique was said to be the #1 body refinement technique on Profounder continent. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate as well, and it was to the extent that no one had been able to cultivate it to the 10th level after that Devil Exalt. Now, Imoku had actually cultivated it to the 7th level. In other words, Imoku's physical strength and defense was on par, might even surpass the dragon race. You're not bad yourself. Imoku spoke in a cold voice. You actually cultivated the Soul Snatcher technique to the point it's untraceable. If you used a little more strength just now, then my soul would have probably left my body. Heh. Hanyu laughed gloomily once more, and then he said, You're worthy of forming an alliance with me, Hanyu. An alliance? Right at this moment, a disdainful voice suddenly resounded from the sky. In the next moment, the body of the largest dragon shook, and then it transformed into a ray of green light that shot towards the ground. When it arrived at the ground, the green light had transformed into a robust young man. The young man glanced at Imoku and Hanyu with undisguised disdain in his eyes, and he said, Both of you actually intend to form an alliance to deal with a group of human ants. How laughable. It's laughable to the extreme. Human ants? Imoku chuckled, and then he glanced at the young man and said, You are from one of the 4 great divine beast clans of the demon territory, the Green Dragon clan, right? The young man said in a cold voice, At least you have some discerning ability. Imoku shook his head and said, You say the humans are ants? Why do I remember that the members of the Green Dragon clan who come to participate in the battle for karmic luck at the Hidden Dragon Pagoda 10,000 years ago were completely slaughtered by the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect, the Unfettered One? At that time, your Green Dragon clan didn't even dare to say a word in front of these humans, right? What did you say? The young man's expression instantly turned ferocious, and then a strand of dragon pressure assaulted Imoku. Imoku laughed with disdain, and then his lips parted slightly before he suddenly roared at the young man. A black ripple instantly swept out and completely dispersed the dragon pressure. The young man's expression changed slightly. Right when he was about to attack again, a pitch-black chain had suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him from attacking. The young man turned to look at Hanyu, and then Hanyu said, Imoku is right. We really shouldn't underestimate the humans. Most of the humans are weaklings indeed, but don't forget that their strongest experts have never been fewer in number to the total possessed by our 3 territories. Moreover, most importantly, the numbers that the humans possess far exceeds anything that our 3 territories can compare to. Just like this very moment, there are less than 500 of us when the members of our 3 territories are added together, but there are a few 10,000 humans. If we don't form an alliance, then even if 10 more or 100 more green dragons come from your clan, they'll still be unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered by them. The young man grunted coldly and said, Didn't you notice that those ants ran faster than rabbits when we arrived? Ants are always ants. They're the lowliest beings. Huh. Suddenly, he looked at Yang Yi, who was below the entrance to Ancient Domain City, and then he revealed a savage smile as he said, There's actually an ant that isn't afraid of death. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. After that, he smashed his fist toward Yang Yi's head. Chapter 304 Huge Increase in Strength. A lowly being actually dares to try and spoil things for this princess? Oh, he'll destroy you. When she saw the young man from the Green Dragon race slam his fist towards Yang Yi's head, the little girl within Yang Yi's vortex Dantian immediately stamped her feet with rage. She had gone through great difficulties and paid a huge price to bring Yang Yi back from the brink of death. Yet now, this Green Dragon actually intended to send Yang Yi back there. How could she not be furious? However, she was already extremely weak right now. Fortunately, she still had the strength to deal with a lowly being. The little girl flicked her finger, and a strand of fine violet light instantly struck the green dragon's enormous fist. In the next moment, and under the astounded gazes of all the spectators, the green dragon was blasted flying, and he flew almost 3 kilometers afar before he smashed heavily to the ground. His fate was unknown. Imoku and Han Yu's pupils had constricted violently at the same time, and their gazes towards Yang Yi had become extremely solemn. Even though that green dragon was arrogant and proud, there was no need to doubt its strength. At the very least, the two of them didn't dare say that they could definitely defeat that green dragon. However, had been strangely blasted flying at this moment. Most importantly, both of them had been unable to notice how that green dragon was blasted flying. It was an Exalt Realm expert, or even a Monarch Realm expert. At this moment, both Imoku and Han Yu had similar thoughts, but in next to no time, they felt puzzled because the various territories had an agreement that experts at the Exalt Realm and above couldn't attack them at the ancient battlefield. Yet now, a human expert had attacked them. In other words, the humans had violated the agreement. So, logically speaking, the experts of the Devil Race, Demon Territory, and Nether Territory within the ancient battlefield should have taken action to stop this. But why was there no movement at all? A white-haired old man stood in the clouds above ancient Domain City, and a middle-aged man in gray robes was standing in front of him. The middle-aged man was an expert from the Devil Race because he had a pair of horns on his head. The white-haired old man's eyes narrowed. After a short while, he opened his eyes while a wisp of bewilderment flashed in them. After that, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "How strange. I'm actually unable to detect the aura of the person who launched that attack. Could it be her? Impossible. She wouldn't make an appearance even if Profounder Continent vanishes. But if it wasn't her, then who was it? Qian Huan, even you are unable to detect that person's aura?" Meanwhile, the middle-aged man from the Devil Race spoke in a low voice. The old man called Qian Huan shook his head, and then he said, "Emocian, the spiritual energy and soul energy of your Devil Race is much stronger than my human race. Even you can't detect it?" The middle-aged man called Emocian glanced deeply at Qian Huan, and then he didn't speak further. Qian Huan was stunned, and then he said with an astounded tone, "You suspect that we humans violated the agreement on purpose?" "I didn't say anything like that," Emocian said coldly. "It was you who said that." Qian Huan was instantly infuriated. Right when he was about to speak, Emocian said, "But it doesn't matter. In any case, that person didn't make a move against a genius from my Devil Race. Moreover, that person didn't strike a lethal attack against that stupid dragon. Obviously, that person merely intended to teach that fellow a lesson. Right? What exactly is the background of that human kid? He's actually able to make a spatial mink follow by his side." When he spoke up to here, Emocian paused for a moment before he said, "Qian Huan, that kid wouldn't be some sort of trump card that you humans prepared in order to deal with my Devil Race, right? If I said he is, would your Devil Race be afraid?" said Qian Huan in a flat tone. Emocian was stunned, and then he roared with laughter and said, "Qian Huan, just because of what you just said, I, Emocian, will absolutely not eat your flesh if you lose to me in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Emocian's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. After Emocian left, Qian Huan glanced at Yang Yi and frowned, and he seemed to be thinking of something. Let's take a look at the tiny vortex within Yang Yi's body now. At this moment, the little girl's body had become completely translucent, and it would probably be impossible to notice her even if someone was here right now. The little girl gazed ahead with reluctance. To be more precise, she was looking at the outside world. Suddenly, she roared furiously and hysterically. "Yang Yi, you idiot! You stupid idiot! How could you be so weak? How could you be so damn weak? Quickly cultivate! Cultivate! Do you know what it's like to be locked up for thousands of years? You even got the primordial violet energy that this princess refined for a few thousand years. Hurry up and get stronger. Once this princess gets out of here, this princess will destroy this world." The little girl's voice gradually weakened. In the end, she transformed into a strand of white light that entered the door from before, and then the door suddenly vanished on the spot. After that, the tiny vortex returned to calm. It seemed as if the little girl and the door had never appeared here. Outside ancient domain city, hundreds of gazes were staring fixedly at Yang Yi, and it seemed like they wanted to see through him. Right at this moment, the green dragon that the little girl blasted flying just now started crawling up slowly from the ground. However, at this moment, he wasn't prideful and arrogant anymore, and the only emotion he had was deep fear and terror. Earlier, had sensed the aura of death for the very first time. Even he didn't know what had blasted him flying, but he was able to sense how terrifying the energy that blasted him flying was. It was an energy that made even his soul tremble. A strange scene appeared here. A few hundred people were staring fixedly at Yang Yi, and they didn't say anything, causing the surroundings to be silent to the point of being slightly terrifying and shocking. Let's talk about Yang Yi's current state now. Under the healing effects of the violet energy, the injuries inside and outside his body had been completely healed. Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly, and then two strands of violet light flashed in his eyes. As he sensed the state his body was in, Yang Yi's face instantly froze because he noticed that he was actually at the 5th rank of the King Realm right now. Yes, it was the 5th rank of the King Realm. Moreover, he even sensed that his physical body seemed to have grown stronger as well. What's going on? Yang Yi's mind was filled with questions. Such an instant improvement of 5 ranks is extremely unusual. This improvement didn't pleasantly surprise Yang Yi, and it caused him to feel slightly worried instead, because his cultivation had been improving a bit too swiftly, and it seemed like the chains between ranks of cultivation were useless against him. In next to no time, Yang Yi thought of the tiny vortex, and he investigated it. Yang Yi was instantly stunned once more when he saw those dark beasts within it. The spirit rank. Yang Yi gulped a huge mouthful of saliva when he saw the sky-howl devil wolf that was lying on the ground, and then he said, the half-step spirit rank, the peak of the king rank. What the fuck happened? Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he swiftly turned to look at the little fellow. When he saw the little fellow snoring loudly as it slept, Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the little fellow is fine. When he recalled what the little fellow had done for him just now and the little fellow's refusal to leave him until the end, Yang Yi was quite touched. Even though the little fellow hadn't spoken a single word throughout the time that they'd been together, Yang Yi knew that the little fellow had taken him to be a loved one. Even though he was a human and the little fellow was a demon beast, the enmity between the human race and the demon beasts was unable to affect their relationship. It could be said that no matter if it was human or demon beast, Yang Yi and the little fellow wouldn't show mercy to any that tried to harm them. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to embrace the violet mink, and an indescribable feeling of pain arose in his heart when he gazed at the violet mink whose face was covered by an exhausted expression. He rubbed the violet mink's head lightly, and then he placed the violet mink in the pool of golden profound energy within the tiny vortex. As soon as it entered the pool of profound energy, the violet mink's expression eased up, and then strands of violet light flickered into appearance. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the tiny vortex is effective towards the little fellow's injuries. Otherwise, I would really not know what to do. Yang Yi took a deep glance at the tiny vortex, and then his expression turned solemn because he noticed that the tiny vortex seemed to be slightly heaven-defying. However, the tiny vortex had always been too mysterious, and had never been able to find out anything about it. Fortunately, the tiny vortex seemed to carry no ill intent towards him. Conversely, it would even lend a hand when he was in extreme danger. Moreover, he obtained enormous benefits every single time it helped him. Just like this time, Head directly jumped to the 5th rank of the King Realm. Yang Yi stopped thinking about all of this. He shook his head, and then he was instantly stunned when he raised his head to look forward, because there were a few hundred people staring fixedly at him right now. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he noticed their dressing and appearances. He knew that these fellows were probably the monstrous geniuses of the Devil Territory, Nether Territory, and the Demon Territory. Yang Yi glanced at his surroundings, and he instantly laughed with ridicule when he saw that there wasn't a single human here. He didn't blame those profounders for abandoning him. After all, It was fine so long as they didn't kill him. How could he, Yang Yi, wishfully hope that these so-called beings of the same race as him would lend him a hand? Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about all of this. Moreover, he paid no attention to those hundreds of people that were staring at him. He turned around and walked towards ancient domain city. Right at this moment, Imoku suddenly said, "Wait." Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at Imoku before he said indifferently, "What?" As he spoke, the profound energy within his body started to surge. "You seem to have been abandoned by your own race," said Imoku. "It can't be considered as abandonment. I'm already very surprised and grateful that they didn't seize the opportunity to kill me," said Yang Yi in a flat tone. Imoku's brows raised, and then he said, "My brothers behind me haven't eaten anything for many days. Your strength isn't bad, so your flesh should be not bad as well. How about you allow my brothers to have a taste of flesh?" Meanwhile, Hanyu suddenly stated, "His soul is mine. Eat my flesh? Devour my soul?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he shrugged and said, "Bring it on." Chapter 305, I'll Let You Strike Me Once. The members from the Devil Territory, Demon Territory, and Nether Territory were in confrontation with Yang Yi below the city walls, whereas a dense expanse of human profounders stood on the walls of ancient domain city. After they witnessed how terrifying the Green Dragon clan from the Demon Territory was, the gazes that these human profounders shot towards the members of the Nether Territory and Devil Territory were filled with fear. The total number of experts from these three territories didn't even amount to 1,000. However, it was precisely these less than 1,000 experts that made the tens of thousands of human profounders within ancient domain city to fear meeting them in battle. Actually, if these human profounders were to unite and work together, then the experts from those three territories would absolutely not be a match for the human profounders, even if they had another 1,000 experts on their side. But the problem was, would these thousands of humans unite? They were from different territories and different sections. Most of them were even enemies with each other. So, was it even possible to make them band together to fight the experts from the Nether Territory, Devil Territory, and Demon Territory to the death? Of course, there was an even more important point. Most humans had a common characteristic, and it was their fear of death and selfishness. There were also some human profounders who weren't afraid of the Nether Territory, Devil Territory, and Demon Territory, and these profounders were Shi Luo, Li Qingshui, and Nangong Meng. Because with the strengths they possessed, they didn't have to be fearful even if they faced an ordinary Exalt Realm expert. However, they had no choice but to choose to retreat at this moment, because if they really went to battle with the experts from the other territories who were below the city walls, then 9 out of 10 of these fellows who were on the city walls would most probably just stay here and watch the battle. Most humans weren't just afraid of death and selfish, they were extremely greedy as well. Was backstabbing rare amongst humans at all? The three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory didn't refrain from fighting because they were afraid. It was because they had no other choice. Of course, it could be said to be an excuse as well. Below the city walls, Imoku and Hanyu were stunned when they heard Yang Yi, and then they roared with laughter. After laughing for a short moment, Imoku sized Yang Yi up from top to bottom before he said, "You want us to gang up on you? Human, do you think it's possible that we would do such a thing against you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Imoku's expression suddenly turned cold, and then he said to a youth of the devil race who stood behind him, "Imoshi, deal with him." The man called Imoshi revealed a savage smile when he heard this, and then he licked his lips and said, "The taste of flesh. Human, I haven't had meat for a very long time. Haha." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and shot explosively towards Yang Yi. When he arrived less than 3 m away from Yang Yi, Imoshi shouted loudly before he smashed his fist toward Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed when Imozai's fish had arrived around 10 inches in front of him. A strand of golden light flashed. In an instant, Imozai's figure suddenly stiffened on the spot when his fist was merely less than 2 inches away from Yang Yi. Hiss. After a moment of silence, Imozai's body instantly split into two, and a huge amount of blood surged out like a fountain, causing the scene to be bloody to the extreme. 4th level sword intent. The disdain on Emo, Shi and Han Yu's faces had vanished when they witnessed this scene, and it was replaced with a solemn expression instead. Even if a sword cultivator who possessed 4th level sword intent couldn't compare to them, such a profounder could absolutely not be considered to be a weakling. Or it could be said that they currently lacked the qualifications to disregard a sword cultivator who'd comprehended 4th level sword intent. This is what an expert of the devil race is like? Yang Yi sheathed his sword and shook his head. His eyes revealed undisguised disappointment as he said, "So an expert of the devil race is actually so weak. In any case, I'm all alone. So, why don't all of you come at me at once?" He was purely showing off when he spoke those last words. Even though he seemed to have slaughtered Emo Shi with ease, had practically utilized his entire strength just now. 4th level sword intent coupled with his golden profound energy and the strength of his physical body. Moreover, he was already at the 5th rank of the King Realm now, while Emo Shi had underestimated him. So, these were the reasons why he was able to instantly annihilate Emo Shi with a single attack. In short, if those fellows in front of him were to join forces against him, then he would probably be instantly torn apart. This was exactly the reason why had provoked them like that. Hee. Meanwhile, a black figure behind Hanyu suddenly let out a wave of strange laughter, and then his figure floated mysteriously to arrive around 10 m in front of Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi and laughed gloomily once more before he said, "4th level sword intent, and it's even so sharp. I presume your soul is extremely strong." Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, the black figure moved his wrist slightly, and a black-colored iron hook that was made of energy had suddenly flashed into appearance before it shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he tightened his grip on his sword before he slashed with it. However, his sword actually passed through the iron hook, while the iron hook remained completely unharmed instead. Moreover, it didn't slow down at all as it directly hooked his neck. Yang Yi's expression swiftly changed. However, to his surprise, he didn't feel any pain coming from his neck. Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, his pupils suddenly constricted because he felt as if his soul was actually about to leave his body. This was the first time Head encountered such a situation, and it caused Yang Yi to be shocked in his heart. Yang Yi didn't dare hold back at all, and he issued a command in his heart, causing the hidden sword to shoot out explosively. The black figure's expression had instantly changed when the hidden sword shot violently towards him because Head sensed an incomprehensible feeling of danger. The black figure didn't hesitate at all to float backward and leave the spot he stood at just now. As soon as the black figure retreated, that feeling where his soul seemed as if it was about to leave his body had instantly vanished. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief before a wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, the sword chest instantly appeared, and then he commanded the 36 earth-rank swords within the sword chest to transform into 36 rays of light that shot swiftly like bolts of lightning towards the black figure. Under the enhancement of his 4th level sword intent, the speed and might of the 36 swords had been instantly amplified by countless times. The black figure hadn't even been able to react before they shot through his body. After that, the black figure's body gradually dispersed in midair under the astounded gazes of countless profounders. After he killed the black figure, Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and the 36 swords instantly shot into the sky before they circled around above him. After that, he gazed at Imoku and the others before he said, "Who else?" At this moment, Yang Yi didn't try to show off anymore, and he was truly infuriated right now. In the beginning, he didn't have a hostile attitude towards the devil race, the nether territory, and the demon race because there was no enmity between them. So, had chosen to leave once Head woken up. However, they refused to let him go because he was a human. "Since you don't intend to let me go, then let's fight. In any case, they'll summon the lightning eagle and flee if I can't defeat all of you." Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic person at all. When they saw Yang Yi kill that black figure from the nether territory, both Imoku and Han Yu's had turned gloomy. They knew that they'd underestimated the strength possessed by this human, and it was exactly because of their underestimation that they'd lost 2 of their companions. Since they were able to come here, Both Emoshi and that black figure could be said to possess extremely enormous potential and natural talent. If they were given sufficient time, then they would definitely become experts in the future. However, Emoshi and that black figure didn't have futures anymore because Emoku and Hanyu had underestimated the enemy. Emoku glanced at the 36 swords that circled around above Yang Yi, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he slightly raised his right foot. Right at this moment, a youth from the devil race who stood on Emoku's left had stepped forward before Emoku could act, and then he glanced at Yang Yi before he said, "Big brother." It's only a sword cultivator who had comprehended 4th level sword intent. There's no need for you to make a move at all. I, Emochio, am sufficient. Emoku glanced at this youth, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded before he said, "All right." The youth nodded, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi before he said, "My devil race respects the strong. You've used your strength to prove that you're not weak. So, you have the qualifications to obtain my respect. I'm Emochio, and I'm at the 8th rank of the King Realm. I don't want to bully the weak, so I'll let you strike me once without fighting back." Emochio's figure flashed as he spoke, and he arrived 10 away from Yang Yi. After that, he stretched out his hands to his sides as if Yang Yi could feel free to attack him. Hanyu frowned when he heard the youth, and then he gazed at Emoku and reminded, "He seems to be courting death. Don't forget that he's a sword cultivator. Moreover, he's a sword cultivator who has comprehended 4th level sword intent." Emoku said indifferently, "Emochio has already cultivated the heavenly devil physique to the 4th level. Not to mention a tiny profounder at the 5th rank of the King Realm. Even ordinary spirit realm experts would find it difficult to injure him." Hanyu didn't speak further when he heard this. Yang Yi was first stunned when he heard Emochio, and then he revealed a mysterious smile as he said, "Are you sure?" Emochio stated proudly, "Of course." Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked slowly towards Emochio. In next to no time, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Emochio. Emochio remained motionless while his face was covered in a calm expression and a faint wisp of disdain. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword flew into his grasp. He grinned as he held the sword in his hand, and then he moved it slowly up to Emochio's chest. Right when he was about to exert force, he stopped once more and gazed at Emochio before he said, "Are you really going to let me strike you once?" Emochio said impatiently, "I said I would, so I would. What's with all the crap?" All right, I'll attack right away." Yang Yi nodded. In the next moment, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed while a wisp of cold light flashed through his eyes. After that, a tiny thumb-sized strand of flames flowed along the sword and instantly came into contact with Emochio's body. As soon as it came into contact with Emochio's body, the strand of flames flashed in and out of Emochio before returning into Yang Yi's body. It was like it had never appeared. At the moment that this strand of flames had come into contact with Emochio's body, Emochio's eyes had instantly opened wide, and his eyes were filled with horror and regret. Yang Yi glanced at Emochio with pity before he withdrew his sword, and then he took around 10 steps back. In the next moment, Emochio's body had mysteriously burst into flames under the puzzled expressions of the countless spectators. After a single breath of time, Emochio had completely vanished on the spot. He didn't even leave a bit of ash behind, and it was like he'd never been there. When they witnessed this scene, the expressions of Hanyu, Emoku, the Green Dragon, Shi Luo, Li Qingshui, Nangong Ming. Actually, it should be said that the expressions of everyone in the surroundings had changed when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 306 Ji Yinshi. Especially Emoku, the shock in his heart was greater than anyone else, because only he was clearly aware of how terrifying the heavenly devil physique was. It could be said that it was impossible for even a low-grade heaven-rank combat technique to kill Emochio who had attained the 4th level in the heavenly devil physique. Yet now, Emochio had died just like that. Moreover, it was done by a casual swing of the sword from a 5th-rank King Realm Profounder. The strand of flame was naturally the Nether Ghost Flame. In the beginning, Yang Yi had never thought about utilizing the Nether Ghost Flame. After all, it was one of his greatest trump cards. Moreover, had always followed the principle of showing weakness to defeat a strong opponent. However, Imo words had made him change his mind. It was when Imo said that experts should be respected. It was exactly these words that made Yang Yi stop holding back and instantly annihilate Imo. There were countless geniuses in ancient Domain City. Most of these geniuses were proud and conceited, but they respected the strong. Or it should be said that the entire profounder continent respected the strong. So, if he wanted to reduce the troubles he faced and receive the respect of others, then he had to reveal a formidable strength. Only in this way would the troubles he faced be reduced. Of course, most importantly, Yang Yi wanted to prove himself right now. After he witnessed the violet mink going berserk just now, he knew that the little fellow's background was absolutely terrifying. With the relationship between humans and demon beasts, it was utterly impossible for the little fellow's clansmen to allow them to be together. Separate them? That was naturally impossible. But if he didn't want to be separated from the little fellow, then Yang Yi had to prove himself. 10,000 years ago, the sword sect's founding ancestor was unparalleled throughout the world, and he made the experts from all the other territories submit and bow before him. At that time, could anyone control the fate of the sword sect's founding ancestor? Now, Yang Yi wanted to prove that he could become someone just like the sword sect's founding ancestor. No, it should be said as he wanted to prove that he could surpass the sword sect's founding ancestor instead. He couldn't keep a low profile forever. Now, Yang Yi intended to flaunt his strength. With a command in his heart, the 36 swords that circled in the sky had transformed into 36 rays of light that floated around Yang Yi, and then the profound energy within his body surged while his fourth-level sword intent shot out like tidewater. Yang Yi's brows raised as he gazed at Imoku and the others, and then he said, "Who else?" When he spoke these words, a howl suddenly erupted from the 36 earth-rank swords that surrounded him, and then they started to spin swiftly. Moreover, the swords possessed by all the human profounders on the walls of ancient Domain City had forcefully struggled free of their owners' grasps and transformed into rays of light that circled in the air above Yang Yi. In less than a few breaths of time, over 10,000 swords were circling in the air above Yang Yi. How imposing was such a huge number of swords? It caused some of the profounders of the Devil Territory and Nether Territory to be unable to help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the imposing aura Yang Yi possessed while standing beneath these swords simply made it seem as if he could even pierce a hole through the sky. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Head entered into that strange and profound state again. The blood of the human profounders on the city wall instantly couldn't help but surge when they saw Yang Yi terrify the experts from the Devil and Nether territories. At this moment, no matter which territory and sect Yang Yi came from, Head undoubtedly brought honor to the human race right now, and it even caused some profounders to start feeling ashamed. Ancient Domain City was the territory of the human race, so why did they have to retreat as soon as the profounders from the Devil Territory, Nether Territory, and Demon Territory arrived? Why? Moreover, their forces amounted to less than 1,000 profounders in total, whereas there were tens of thousands of humans on the wall of ancient Domain City. A few tens of thousands were afraid of 1,000? It was a humiliation. At this moment, countless human profounders felt extremely ashamed. Imoke's expression turned slightly solemn as he gazed at Yang Yi's extremely sharp and fierce imposing aura. He understood that Head underestimated this sword cultivator since the beginning. It was exactly because of this that 2 geniuses from his devil race had perished, and at the same time that Imoku felt furious from this, he felt deep regret as well. But he wouldn't underestimate Yang Yi anymore, because Yang Yi had completely infuriated him now. Imoku took a step forward while he slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. Obviously, he intended to fight Yang Yi himself. Haha. Right at this moment, roaring laughter suddenly resounded from above the city wall. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in green clothes jumping down from the city wall. After he descended to the ground, the young man glanced at Yang Yi, who had his eyes closed before he gazed at Imoku, and then he grunted coldly and said, "I really can't continue watching this. Bastards from the Devil Territory, Nether Territory, and Demon Territory. Do all of you actually intend to adopt the fucking tactic of taking turns to fight him? Do all of you know no fucking shame? It's Ji Yanshi. He's actually here. Nangongming frowned and spoke in a low voice when she saw the young man in green clothes. Shi Luo frowned as well, and then he said in a low voice, "What does that fellow intend to do?" It wasn't just Nangongming and Shi Luo who recognized the young man. Numerous other profounders who stood on the city walls had recognized him. Ji Yanshi was an elite disciple of an 8th-rank sect, the Divine Sword Sect, in the Central Territory. His reputation was extremely great in the Central Territory as well, and it was merely inferior to the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory. Even though his reputation was inferior to them, his strength wasn't, because Head comprehended 5th-level sword intent at an age of less than 20. In the history of the entire Central Territory, there had only been a few who were able to attain 5th-level sword intent before the age of 20. It was exactly because of this that he was called the first sword in the Central Territory. According to rumor, so long as he attained the enlightened sword heart, then the sword emperor of Profounder Continent would definitely be him. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Emok's mouth when he heard Ji Yanshi, and then he raised his head to glance at the human profounders on the walls of ancient domain city before he said, "Even if it was a tactic of taking turns to fight others, it would be you humans who did it, right? You have a few tens of thousands on your side while our 3 territories merely have less than 1,000. Are you not ashamed to talk about that when it's 1,000 against around 30,000? The green-clothed young man was speechless when he heard this. He raised his head to glance at the crowd that was watching with indifference on the city wall, and then he smiled bitterly. Thousands of humans have actually been terrified by 1,000 to the point of being afraid to leave the city. What a shame. Ji Yanshi shook his head, and then he gazed at Emoku and said, "Cut the crap. If you want to kill him, then you have to first get through me." Oh. Emok's brows raised as he glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the Ji Yanshi and said, "Both of you are from the same sect?" Ji Yanshi replied, "No." Emoku asked another question. "Are you relatives?" "No." The young man in green clothes said, "I know what you mean. I can frankly tell you that today is the first time we've met. It's even to the extent that I've been extremely annoyed by him before this, because he's actually called the Quasi-Sword Emperor. To think that my Divine Sword Sect is an 8th-rank sect that possesses countless geniuses in the Sword Tao, yet none dare to call themselves the Quasi-Sword Emperor. Yet he, a tiny profounder from the Southern Territory, actually dared to do that. This made me feel extremely annoyed, so I rushed quickly to Ancient Domain City with the intention of teaching him a lesson." When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "However, I just happened to encounter all of you when I arrived here. To my surprise, thousands of human profounders actually didn't have the courage to fight at all when they faced all of you. What a terrible shame. Fortunately, not all humans are afraid of death. Right, I'm talking about this fellow called Yang Yi. Even though I'm fucking annoyed because he called himself the Quasi-Sword Emperor, but needless to say, his display just now really made me, Ji Yanshi, admire him. So, I've come down from the city wall." Emoku glanced indifferently at the crowd on the city wall, and then he said, "Even though we're all enemies, the two of you're worthy of respect. So, I'll bury your corpses after I've killed the two of you." "Ha!" Ji Yanshi roared with laughter, and then he said, "Then I'll thank you in advance. They say the devil race cultivates both the body and energy. I, Ji Yanshi, would like to see how exactly it's done." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yanshi didn't seem to have done anything. However, a strand of bright light flashed, and it vanished in just an instant. Everyone was puzzled and bewildered. Right at this moment, a strand of a faint blood-red mark had suddenly appeared on Emok's neck. Emoku stretched out his hand to wipe his neck, and then he shook his head and said, "The speed of your sword is the fastest I've ever seen. Unfortunately, you've only comprehended 5th-level sword intent, and this 5th-level sword intent of yours is clearly not stable yet. Perhaps you would be a slight threat to me if you'd comprehended 6th-level sword intent, but 5th-level sword intent? Haha, what can you possibly do even if I allowed you to stab me 10 times? The smile on Ji Yanshi's face vanished, and it was replaced by an extremely solemn expression. He hadn't held back at all when he executed that attack from before, and an attack enhanced by 5th level sword intent wasn't even able to break through Emok's skin. This fellow, Emok's, physical defenses are actually terrifying to such an extent. This was something that Head never expected. It wasn't just Ji Yanshi, the expressions of Nangong Ming, Li Qingshui, and Shi Luo who stood on the city wall had become extremely solemn as well. After all, even they didn't dare be careless at all when facing Ji Yanshi's sword technique that was enhanced by 5th level sword intent and moved swiftly like a bolt of lightning. However, even 5th level sword intent wasn't able to break through Emok's defenses, and they felt that Emok's physical defense was something that even some peak spirit rank dark beasts were unable to compare to. In other words, Emoku was already in an invincible position. Moreover, Emoku might even possess other trump cards. It's my turn now. Emoku spoke indifferently, and then he suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and then it instantly crumbled apart. After that, a fist-sized rock on the ground whistled sharply as it tore through the air and shot explosively towards Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi's expression changed. He didn't dare be careless at all, and he immediately moved his sword horizontally to block this attack. Clang! The sword in Ji Yanshi's hand shattered into countless fine pieces, and the fist-sized rock didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Ji Yanshi's chest. Ji Yanshi's pupils constricted while he was astounded in his heart. Right when he was about to utilize his trump card, a palm had suddenly appeared in front of his chest, and it grabbed the rock that carried terrifying force with it. Ji Yanshi turned his head to the side, and he saw that Yang Yi had suddenly appeared beside him. "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded slightly to Ji Yanshi, and then he turned to gaze at Emoku before he said, "However, I'll deal with my own problems." Chapter 307 Surprise Attack. Yang Yi exerted slight strength with his palm, and the rock in his palm instantly transformed into a pile of stones. After that, he relaxed his grip, and the stones instantly rolled down the tip of his fingers and fell to the ground. Yang Yi patted his hands before he issued a command in his heart, and then the myriad of swords that were circling in the air had instantly transformed into rays of light that shot violently towards the group from the devil race. 5th level sword intent. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they witnessed this scene. After all, Yang Yi had merely utilized 4th level sword intent just now. Yet now, it had become 5th level sword intent. So, had Yang Yi been holding back, or did he just attain sudden comprehension? No matter which it was, no one in the surroundings dared to underestimate Yang Yi now. Even some spirit realm experts didn't dare look down upon a sword cultivator who had attained 5th level sword intent. On the walls of ancient domain city, the expressions of Nangong Ming, Li Qingshui, and Shi Luo had become solemn at this moment. 4th level sword intent could only cause some trouble for them, but it was unable to threaten them. However, 5th level sword intent was different. Moreover, Yang Yi even possessed that profound sword technique. In short, Nangong Ming and the others had started to take Yang Yi seriously at this moment. On the other hand, the expressions of Yin Wu from the Flower Palace and Jiao Wuji from the Sword Sect had become unsightly instead. After less than a month of time, Yang Yi hadn't just advanced from the first heaven realm to the king realm, had even improved his sword intent from the 4th level to the 5th level. Such terrifying natural talent. If Yang Yi is given a little more time and coupled with enlightened sword heart that he possesses, could anyone in the Southern Territory be a match for him? If Yang Yi was allowed to continue his growth, then the Sword Sect and Flower Palace would have a terrifying and extraordinary expert as an enemy in the future. When they thought up to here, killing intent instantly surged within the hearts of Yin Wu and Jian Wuji. Of course, even if Yang Yi hadn't revealed such terrifying natural talent in both cultivating and the Sword Dao, they would still not let Yang Yi off. Because the Sword Sect and Flower Palace had given them instructions, and Yang Yi wasn't allowed to live. Of course, if they knew that Yang Yi had already comprehended 6th level sword intent now, then they would probably not arouse any ill intent towards Yang Yi. Yes, at this moment, Yang Yi's sword intent had advanced from the 5th level to the 6th level. After his mental state changed just now, His sword intent had improved once more, and it attained the advanced stage of sword intent. It was exactly because of this breakthrough that he was able to make those thousands of swords approach him and follow his every command. Yang Yi had naturally not attacked Imoku upon returning to his senses for the sake of bringing honor to the human race. In his opinion, no matter if it was the devil race or the human race, they were both the same. So long as they didn't offend him, then he wouldn't go looking for trouble. However, Imoku wanted to kill him now, so he naturally intended to return tit for tat. Since they intended to kill him, he intended to kill to his heart's content. The myriad of swords below the walls of ancient domain city were enhanced by 5th-level sword intent, and it was an astounding scene that revealed a shocking impetus. Moreover, the terrifying sword intent contained within the swords was something that even the youths from the devil race who took pride in their physical defense couldn't help but fear. What a magnificent sight! Meanwhile, Imoku spoke abruptly, and then he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, it only looks imposing." As soon as he finished speaking, Imoku took a light step forward, and then a wisp of a savage expression flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the swords that covered the sky. In the next moment, Imoku opened his mouth slightly, and then he suddenly roared at the swords. Roar! A ripple that was visible to the eye surged towards the swords that covered the sky, and then it collided with the swords. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy instantly swept out towards the surroundings. The wave of energy was like a tidal wave, and wave after wave of it swept incessantly towards the surroundings. In the end, the waves collided with the walls of ancient domain city, and it caused the city to tremble violently. The crowd on the walls of ancient domain city was extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. The might of Imoku and Yang Yi's attacks were actually so terrifying. My God, are they spirit realm experts? After quite some time passed, the waves of energy dispersed while the glow of the swords that Yang Yi controlled had vanished as well. Pieces of swords were actually scattered throughout the ground. Yang Yi's heart shook as he gazed at the pieces. How terrifying was the speed and strength of those swords when they were enhanced by 5th-level sword intent. One could say without the slightest hesitation that even an ordinary spirit realm cultivator would be unable to withstand that attack before just now. However, Imoku had directly blasted it apart, and had done it with such ease. Looks like I underestimated my opponent a little. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Right when he was about to say something, a pitch-black chain suddenly passed through space and shot swiftly like a bolt of lightning towards his neck. This sudden and unexpected event caused Yang Yi's pupils to constrict. Right when Yang Yi was about to dodge, the pitch-black chain had suddenly passed through space once more, and it instantly arrived before Yang Yi's neck and coiled around it. Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he flicked his sword upwards at an angle with the intention of flicking the chain away. Clang! The chain was completely unharmed. On the contrary, the earth-rank sword in his hand had chipped instead. Yang Yi's expression changed once more when he witnessed this scene. Hee. Hanyu, who held the other end of the chain, chuckled and said, "You want to slash my nether chain apart? What a joke. Human. Not to mention an earth-rank sword. It's impossible for even a heaven-rank sword to harm my nether chain at all, because this nether chain of mine is a pseudo-Dao artifact. Now that you've been chained by my nether chain, you'll definitely die no matter what extraordinary ability you possess, because it doesn't just chain your body but your soul as well. Don't believe me? Do you feel an indescribable feeling of suffocation? Haha." Right at this moment, Imoku suddenly said in a low voice, "Hanyu, this is a battle between me and him." "So what?" Hanyu laughed coldly and said, "Don't forget that he killed someone from my nether territory. It looks to me like you want to devour his soul." Imoku said in a low voice, "I presume the soul of a genius in the sword Dao that has attained 5th-level sword intent would be extremely strong and pure. It's undoubtedly extremely tempting to you, and I understand that. If it was before this or at any other time, then I wouldn't have any objections if you acted against him. But not now, because he's my opponent. But his fate is in my hands." Hanyu said coldly, "Imoku, I know you're very strong, but I, Hanyu, am not afraid of you. If it wasn't because I didn't want those despicable humans to benefit from a battle between us, I would have taken your soul a long time ago. Those are my thoughts exactly. Emok's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a low voice, I really dislike all of you fellows from the Nether territory as well. If both of you aren't worried about the members from your territories being completely annihilated, then go ahead and fight each other. Right at this moment, the green dragon, Long, who had kept quiet until now, spoke abruptly. My green dragon clan is naturally not afraid of these ants. If worst comes to worst, we can just return to the demon territory. In any case, karmic luck isn't very important to our dragon clan. However, it's different for the two of you. How would the two of you return and give an explanation to your kin if you're unable to obtain sufficient karmic luck? Emoku and Hanyu instantly fell silent when they heard this. If their races were to fight in the ancient battlefield, then it would be the humans who would benefit from it in the end. Of course, most importantly, their races couldn't afford any losses. At the very least, there couldn't be any unnecessary losses. Meanwhile, Long suddenly said, Since the two of you are in conflict because of this ant who stands before us, then allow me, Long, to deal with this ant. As soon as he finished speaking, Long's figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Yang Yi, who was chained by the nether chain. After that, his expression instantly turned savage while he didn't hesitate to smash his fist towards Yang Yi's head. Earlier, had been terribly humiliated in public because of Yang Yi, and with the pride possessed by the Dragon Clan, how could he swallow this humiliation? The reason he hadn't attacked just now was that he was afraid of that mysterious expert who'd attacked him. However, now it would seem like that mysterious expert probably wouldn't be making another move, or that mysterious expert had been stopped by the experts of Ancient Domain City, because Yang Yi's life was in Han Yu's hands. But that mysterious expert hadn't made an appearance. It was exactly because of this that Long dared to attack Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned when he saw Long's fist blasting towards him, because he was in a very bad state right now. Not only was he unable to move freely because he was chained by the nether chain, even the profound energy within his body couldn't be circulated. Most importantly, it was just as Hanyu said, and he felt suffocated. It was a form of suffocation that came from the depths of the soul. Such a situation was something Head never experienced in the past, so he was in an extremely bad state right now. At this moment, when the fist of that young man called Long smashed down towards him, Yang Yi didn't dare hold back anymore. Right when he was about to utilize the nether ghost flame, a figure had flashed before him, and then Ji Yanshi appeared in front of him. Ji Yanshi laughed coldly before he suddenly slashed with his sword, and he struck Long's fist. Bang! Long's formidable strength shook Ji Yanshi to the point his entire arm was numb while he moved around 10 back, whereas Long had retreated by around 4 Ji Yanshi laughed coldly as he gazed at Long, who was furious, and he said with disdain, So this is the Dragon Clan of the Demon Territory. Why did the Dragon Clan become so shameless? You actually even abandoned the pride of the Dragon Clan and intended to attack a human that can't even move? If you fought him on your own, then I would just fucking watch even if you chopped him up into pieces. But you took advantage of the situation he's in, and I really can't continue watching that. Right, let me tell you one more thing. I look down upon your Dragon Clan from now onward. Ant. Long instantly stamped his feet with rage, and then his figure flashed explosively towards Ji Yanshi. Right at this moment, Hanyu grunted coldly, and then the profound energy within his body surged. In an instant, Yang Yi's pupils constricted because he felt a cold energy assault his body. No, it should be said that it assaulted his soul. Right at this moment, Yin Wu and Jian Wuji, who stood on the city wall, exchanged glances, and then they nodded slightly to each other. In the next moment, both of them leaped off the city wall, and then they raised their speeds to their limits and shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Chapter 308: The Violet Mink Reappears. The natural talent Yang Yi revealed could be said to have aroused terror in time. Based on the strength Yang Yi revealed earlier, they knew that Yang Yi, who possessed 5th-level sword intent, wasn't someone the two of them could go against any longer. Not to mention that Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart as well. In other words, this was their best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. Otherwise, perhaps it would be they who were killed. Both of them were extremely swift, and it was even a sudden attack. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was chained by the nether chain right now, both of them had arrived in front of Yang Yi without being obstructed at all. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when he saw the two of them attacking him. However, he couldn't do anything right now. Since the beginning, he was unable to struggle free from the chains around him. So, he could only allow them to attack him now. A strand of cold light and red light flashed. A sword and a sharp thorn-shaped dagger stabbed at Yang Yi's throat. Clang! Two clear and melodious clangs resounded. Jian Wuji and Yin Wu's expressions changed violently, because as soon as their sword and dagger touched Yang Yi's skin, they noticed to their astonishment that it actually felt as if they'd stabbed hard adamant, and it shook their arms to the point that their arms felt numb. After being dazed for a moment, the two of them stopped hesitating, and they slashed and stabbed at Yang Yi's head once more. Clang! Clang! The clear, pleasant, and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded again. Jian Wuji and Yin Wu's attack descended like raindrops onto Yang Yi's head and throat. However, to their astonishment, Yang Yi was completely unharmed. Imoka frowned when he witnessed this scene. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi's physical defense would have actually attained such a level. On the other hand, the expressions of the three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory who were standing on the city wall had turned solemn as well. Yang Yi's strength was already extremely formidable. Now even his physical defense was so terrifying. In other words, Yang Yi possessed the strength to threaten them. But fortunately, Yang Yi was a human in the end, and he wasn't from the devil race or nether territory. So long as he was a human, then even if they couldn't be friends, they could avoid becoming enemies. At this moment, both Jian Wuji and Yin Wu were horrified. Yes, they were truly horrified, because their full strengths were actually not even able to break through Yang Yi's skin. What did this mean? It meant that the gap between their strengths was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. Presently, the thought of killing Yang Yi was undoubtedly like wishful thinking to them. Are the two of you having fun? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Now it's my turn." With a command in his heart, the countless swords that had fallen to the ground earlier shot once more into the sky, and then they shot explosively towards Yin Wu and Jian Wuji. Both of them were horrified, and they hurriedly executed their movement techniques to their limits and dashed madly to the city. However, right at this moment, the swords suddenly changed directions, abandoned them, and shot violently at Han Yu instead. Jian Wuji and Yin Wu instantly heaved sighs of relief, and then they dashed madly into ancient domain city. On the other hand, Han Yu's expression changed slightly because he hadn't imagined that Yang Yi, who was chained by the nether chain, was actually still able to control the swords. Han Yu didn't dare act carelessly when he saw those swords envelop down towards him, and he hesitated for a moment before he twisted his wrist. The nether chain instantly released Yang Yi and returned to him, and then his hand moved slightly, causing the nether chain to transform into shadows that covered the sky and collided head-on with the swords. Bang! A thunderous bang suddenly resounded in the sky above ancient domain city, and then waves of energy covered the heavens and the earth as they dispersed down with an extremely shocking impetus. After a moment passed, everything returned to calm once more. Yang Yi held an earth-rank sword in hand as he stood proudly on the spot, and a strand of violet and sharp sword intent ceaselessly swept out from his body. The sword intent struck the ground occasionally, and then numerous bottomless and pitch-black cuts were instantly struck open on the ground. At this moment, Yang Yi was slightly furious indeed, because had never thought about causing trouble, but these people just refused to let him go, and they attacked him successively. Do they really think I'm some sort of weakling they can just crush as they please? However, he didn't attack right now because he knew it was utterly impossible to kill Han Yu and Imoku without utilizing the Nether Ghost Flame and 6th level sword intent. Besides that, even if he utilized these trump cards, he wasn't confident in his ability to kill them, because up until this point in the battle between them, he was able to sense that they hadn't fought seriously at all. Moreover, they had a few hundred experts on their side. What about him? He only had the green-clothed young man by his side. Yang Yi took a deep breath, turned around to gaze at the crowd atop the city wall, and then he pointed at Imoku and the others as he shouted loudly. All of you should be clearly aware of the objective they came to Ancient Domain City with. All of you should be clearly aware of the hostility they hold towards the human race. All of you should be clearly aware of the strengths that they possess. Once you leave Ancient Domain City, most of you will absolutely die if you encounter them while you're alone. Now, so long as we work together and unite as one, then we can annihilate all of them right here and now. At that time, the ancient battlefield and hidden dragon pagoda will belong to us, humans. When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi pointed his sword at Imoku and the others, and then he gazed at the crowd on the city walls and said, "Leave the city and annihilate them. Do all of you dare to do that?" Under the enhancement of his profound energy, Yang Yi's voice rumbled like a bell, and it was deafening. However, what he got in return was deathly silence. Yes, the crowd on the city walls just gazed coldly and indifferently at him. None of them answered his call, and this included the three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory. The three of them were slightly moved in the beginning, but they quickly abandoned their intentions. It wasn't because they were afraid, as they as well wanted to annihilate these fellows that didn't belong to the human race. However, the attitude of those profounders around them caused their thoughts to remain as thoughts. Even if the three of them joined Yang Yi and Ji Yinshi, they would absolutely be killed if they went up against Imoku and the others. Just as Yang Yi said, unless all the humans here worked together and united as well, it would be impossible to annihilate Imoku and the others right now. But was it even possible to make all the humans unite? Under the circumstances that their own interests or lives weren't in danger, it was impossible for humans to unite. At the very least, it was impossible right now. Imoku chuckled when he saw this, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're right. If they did join forces, then they really could annihilate all of us." However, when he spoke up to hear, he raised his head to gaze at the crowd on the city walls and said, "I can guarantee that half or even more of the humans here will die." The expressions of the crowd on the city walls had instantly changed when they heard Imoku. A profounder on the city wall said, "Yang Yi, this enmity is between you and them, yet you want to drag us down with you? How treacherous of you." "Exactly. You caused this trouble yourself, yet you want us to fight with our lives on the line. What an awesome plan. Do you think we're idiots? Do you think we would fall for that?" "Haha, Yang Yi, didn't the rumors say that you possess the enlightened sword heart? Where's that mysterious dark beast from before? Weren't you very formidable? What? Now that you can't defeat them, you want to seek help from us? Haha, so this is how useless the future Sword Emperor is." The profounders in the crowd on the city wall spoke successively, and every single one of them started mock Yang Yi, who stood below the city walls. Actually, they weren't stupid, and they naturally knew that Yang Yi was right. However, the problem was that they might die if they left the city. On the other hand, no matter how strong Imoku and the others were, what could Imoku and the others possibly do to them if they didn't leave the city? Most importantly, Imoku and the others hadn't harmed their interests right now. Heh. Hanyu laughed gloomily for a while before he said, "Humans? Haha." Yang Yi gazed at the crowd on the city wall for a short while, and then he shook his head and laughed. He laughed for a moment before he waved his right hand, and then the lightning eagle appeared. Yang Yi leaped up onto its back, and then he gestured at Ji Yinshi, who was momentarily stunned by this scene. Ji Yinshi understood Yang Yi's intentions, and he leaped up onto the lightning eagle. After that, Yang Yi tapped the lightning eagle lightly with his right foot, and it instantly understood him. It immediately transformed into a black shadow that shot into the sky and flashed swiftly towards the distance. Imoku and Hunyu's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually summon a flying dark beast. Even though they could fly as well, they were unable to maintain their flight for a long time like spirit realm experts could. At this moment, the two of them gazed at Yinglong because only the Green Dragon clan's Yinglong could stop Yang Yi. Yinglong nodded when he saw Imoku and Hunyu gaze at him, and then a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of his mouth while he gazed at the lightning eagle. He said, "You trash dark beast. You actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of dragon pressure suddenly erupted from Yinglong, and it instantly enveloped the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle instantly let out a shrill and miserable cry, and then its figure started to tremble violently. Right when it seemed like it would fall from the sky, a strand of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi. It gazed at the lightning eagle that was trembling violently, and then it waved its little claw, causing an enormous violet arc of light to instantly envelop the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle instantly recovered a great deal when it was enveloped by the violet light. Even though it still couldn't help but tremble slightly, it could fly steadily. This allowed both Yang Yi and Ji Yanshi, who stood on the lightning eagle, to heave sighs of relief. Yinglong's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and then his figure flashed. He returned to his original form, and then he transformed into a green shadow that shot explosively towards the lightning eagle. However, right at this moment, a strand of violet light suddenly and mysterious blasted onto his head, causing Yinglong's body to crash swiftly to the ground. This wasn't even the end of it. Around 10 strands of violet light suddenly appeared behind Yinglong, and they collided with him. Bang! 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 Yinglong didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted by the violet light, and he crashed to the ground. Yinglong's figure shook as he took human form once more, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he gazed at the lightning eagle that had transformed into a black in the distance. Chapter 309 Madman Huang. It wasn't just Yinglong. Even the expressions of Imoku and Han Yu had become extremely solemn. After a short while, Imoku exclaimed abruptly, "A spatial mink." "Indeed," said Han Yu. The two of them exchanged glances, and then they gazed at Yinglong. They hoped to obtain an even more accurate answer from him. Yinglong took a deep breath, and then he turned around and said to a young man from the Azure Dragon clan, "Quickly return to the demon territory, and then head to the unreal dimension. Tell them their young princess has appeared." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gazed at Han Yu and Imoku before he said, "Allow me to give you a word of advice. Both of you better not touch a single hair on that violet mink. Otherwise, both of you're dead, even if your devil exalt and nether god are alive." Imoku and Han Yu didn't retort or get angry when they heard this, and they nodded with solemn expressions instead. It could be said that not a single force on Profounder Continent dared to offend that clan on their own. After a short while, Imoku and the others withdrew their gazes, fell silent for a moment, and then walked into Ancient Domain City. The Demon Territory. There was a mysterious barrier in the space above the extreme north of the Demon Territory. The space around the barrier was layered and warped, so nothing could come close to the surroundings of the barrier. Moreover, merely approaching it would cause one to be minced into pieces and transform into nothingness. This barrier led to a single place, and it was the Unreal Dimension. The Unreal Dimension was an existence that stood aloof in the Demon Territory because the Spatial Mink clan resided here. The Spatial Mink clan didn't participate in the affairs of the world and was merely fond of exploring the secrets of space. They were capable of all sorts of spatial techniques, and these techniques were mysterious and formidable. It could be said that any clan, including the ancient divine beasts like the Divine Gold Dragon clan, the Skyhowl Cheeling clan, the Heavenly Phoenix clan, and even various overlord-level clans of the Demon Territory were unwilling to offend the Spatial Mink clan. Why? Because if one were to offend this clan, then they could only receive beatings passively forever. After all, the Spatial Mink clan could travel through space at will. Moreover, their spatial techniques were extremely terrifying as well. In short, in the Demon Territory, no, it should be said that there wasn't a single power throughout Profounder Continent that dared to rashly offend them. Or perhaps it could be said that the others would thank the gods and would be extremely grateful so long as the Spatial Mink clan didn't offend them. At this moment, in an extremely luxurious hall within the Unreal Dimension, a middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman were sitting face to face. The woman was extremely beautiful, but there was faint worry on her face, and it caused her peerless beauty to diminish slightly. The middle-aged man sighed lightly and said, "Chingru, don't worry. I've already asked Xiao Tianji to make a prediction. Not only will Zir be fine, shall even obtain extraordinary fortune. You should be clearly aware of Xiao Tianji's ability. Since he said that, then Zir will definitely be fine. The beautiful woman shook her head lightly and said, even though it's like that, I'm still worried. You know Zir's character well. She's playful and willful. It's fine in the demon territory because those fellows would more or less give us some face. But if she has gone to the human world, then with the greed of the humans, I truly don't dare to continue on this train of thought. Oomph! The middle-aged man grunted coldly, and then he said with a fierce tone, if the humans dare to harm even a hair on my Zir, then I'll slaughter the entire human race even if I have to suffer the wrath of the heavens. Right at this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation arose in the hall, and then a young man appeared here. The young man bowed to the middle-aged man before he said excitedly, Mink Emperor, the princess has shown herself. What? The middle-aged man and beautiful woman instantly stood up when they heard this. On the back of the lightning eagle, Ji Yinsher squatted down to touch the lightning eagle's feathers, and then he exclaimed with admiration, the flying dark beast at the peak of the king rank. TSK, TSK. I never imagined that I, Ji Yinsher, would actually be able to ride on the back of a peak king rank dark beast one day. Haha. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, thank you for before. Yang Yi was sincerely grateful to this young man. Even though he would have still been fine if the young man hadn't lent him a hand, he really appreciated it. Ji Yinsher waved his hand and said, you don't have to thank me. I didn't act because I wanted to help you. I merely couldn't bear the sight of Imoku and those other fellows acting arrogantly. When he spoke up to hear, Ji Yinsher sized Yang Yi up from top to bottom, and then he said, according to rumor, you've attained the enlightened sword heart. Is it true? Yang Yi smiled, and then he nodded. Ji Yanqi's eyes narrowed slightly before he suddenly slashed at Yang Yi with his sword. A strand of sword chi shot violently towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi wasn't surprised by this, and he only drew his sword and stabbed lightly at a certain point on that strand of sword chi after it had arrived in front of him. In an instant, the strand of sword chi was like a balloon that had been stabbed by a pin, and it exploded with a loud bang. You believe me now, said Yang Yi as he sheathed his sword. Ji Yanqi's expression turned solemn, and then he took a deep glance at Yang Yi before he said, you've actually really attained the enlightened sword heart. The enlightened sword heart. Moreover, you even possess 5th-level sword intent. How could a monstrous genius like you appear in the Southern Territory? This is unusual. Yang Yi shook his head and said, just that is already unusual? Didn't the sword sect's founding ancestor come from the Southern Territory all those years ago? Moreover, don't look down on the Southern Territory. There are all sorts of experts hidden there. Don't tell me that you're a disciple of the sword sect, Ji Yinsher said. If it's true, then isn't the sword sect a little too lucky? Yang Yi shrugged and stated, I'm just an independent cultivator. Ji Yinsher instantly opened his eyes wide with disbelief, and he said, you said you're an independent cultivator? Yang Yi nodded. You're really an independent cultivator? Yang Yi nodded once more. You're sure that you're an independent cultivator? And you don't belong to any sect? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he felt the impulse to draw his sword and cut Ji Yinsher. Meanwhile, Ji Yinsher suddenly shouted, put me down. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, why? Cut the crap. Hurry up. Ji Yinsher had become slightly agitated. Yang Yi nodded when he noticed that Ji Yinsher seemed to have something urgent to attend to. After that, he commanded the lightning eagle to descend to the ground. After they descended to the ground, Ji Yinsher flipped his wrist, and then a talisman appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate to toss it into the sky. The talisman expanded in the air, and then a wave of violent spatial fluctuations arose around the talisman. After that, traces of pitch-black rifts had gradually stretched out from the talisman. As he watched this scene, Yang Yi asked with an astounded expression, what are you doing? Ji Yinsher grinned. Right when he was about to say something, a furious shout suddenly resounded from within the pitch-black rift. Stinking kid, have you caused some sort of trouble that you're unable to deal with again? You actually utilized a teleportation talisman. Don't you know that they're very expensive? As soon as these words finished resounding, an old man who carried a silver sword chest on his back flashed out from within the pitch-black rift. When he saw the old man, Ji Yanshi seemed as if he hadn't noticed the furious expression on the old man's face. He walked over to the old man, and then he pointed at Yang Yi and said excitedly, "Madman Huang, quickly take a look at him." The old man glanced at Yang Yi before he withdrew his gaze, and then he suddenly slapped Ji Yanshi on the head and said angrily, "You're actually unable to deal with a fellow at the 5th rank of the King Realm? Moreover, you were even forced to utilize a transportation formation? How could you be so useless? Don't tell anyone you're a disciple of the Divine Sword sect from now on." Ji Yanshi rolled his eyes and said, "Madman Huang, look again. Carefully. Look my ass. Isn't he just a profounder at the 5th rank of the King Realm?" The old man slapped Ji Yanshi on the head once more. However, Head still shot his gaze towards Yang Yi. This time, the old man's gaze was frozen. The old man's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low voice. A deep aura, the glow of the sword hidden in the depths of the gaze, a sword that held at a low angle. "Kid, you've actually attained the advanced stage of sword intent." Yang Yi's heart shook. This old man's strength is really terrifying. He was actually able to discern that I've comprehended 6th level sword intent with a single glance. Such strength. The advanced stage of sword intent? Ji Yanshi was stunned, and then he said, "Madman Huang, are you mistaken? He's clearly at the 5th level of sword intent. Why is it suddenly the 6th level now? Are you an idiot?" Madman Huang glared at Ji Yanshi, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Kid, you've attained the 6th level of the sword intent at such a young age. You really aren't simple. Come, tell me which sect you're from, and allow me to see exactly which sect was actually capable of fostering such a genius in the sword Dao that even this idiot from my divine sword sect can't compare to you." Ji Yanshi's face darkened, and he said, "He doesn't belong to a sect. He's an independent cultivator. I brought you over here so that you can recruit this monstrous genius before the other sects seize him." "What?" Madman Huang was stunned, and then he said with an excited tone, "He doesn't belong to a sect? An independent cultivator? Kid, is what this idiot said the truth?" Yang Yi was speechless. "Kid, do you really not belong to any sect?" asked Madman Huang once more. Yang Yi had no choice but to nod. When he saw Yang Yi nod, Madman Huang's figure instantly vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, he grabbed both of Yang Yi's shoulder and said in an excited tone, "Kid, join my Divine Sword sect. My Divine Sword sect is an 8th rank sect. So long as you join it, then cultivation techniques, combat techniques, dark treasures, women, they'll give you anything you want. All right?" Yang Yi was speechless again. Meanwhile, Ji Yanshi reminded, "Madman Huang, you'll scare him if you act like that." Madman Huang seemed to realize that he was too excited when he heard Ji Yanshi. He immediately smiled with an embarrassed expression, and then he let go of Yang Yi's shoulders and coughed lightly 2 times. Kid, heaven-rank cultivation techniques, heaven-rank treasures, and peerless beauties. You can choose as you please. What do you think? Come, join my Divine Sword sect and all of them will be yours." Madman Huang. He seems to have got himself in some trouble. Meanwhile, Ji Yanshi warned. He seemed to be. Ji Yanshi hadn't finished speaking when Madman Huang waved his hand and interrupted Ji Yanshi. He said with heroic spirit, "Trouble? When have I, Madman Huang, been afraid of trouble? Kid, so long as you're willing to join my Divine Sword sect, then I'll protect you even if you abduct the daughters of the sect masters of those 3 9th rank sects." Chapter 310 The Mink Emperor. The Demon Empress. Ji Yanshi intended to warn Madman Huang again and state, "No, he seems to have offended the spatial." However, Madman Huang glared fiercely at Ji Yanshi, and then he said, "Stinking kid, didn't I say it already? No matter what trouble he's in, I'll deal with it for him." "What? You don't believe in my strength? Or is your skin itchy and you need some help from me?" Ji Yanqi's expression instantly became unsightly, and then he took a deep breath and decisively chose to shut his mouth. Right at this moment, a strand of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink who Yang Yi had hidden in the tiny vortex had appeared on his shoulder. After it appeared, it took a light breath of the clear and fresh air, and then it glared at Yang Yi with displeasure. It seemed to be displeased with Yang Yi for disallowing it to come out and play. Yang Yi smiled helplessly, and then he stretched out his hand and held the violet mink in his arms before he rubbed its head lightly. He naturally hadn't made the little fellow enter the tiny vortex earlier because he was afraid that the little fellow would cause trouble for him. He was afraid that the little fellow's injuries weren't healed. However, now it would seem like the little fellow was fine. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that Madman Huang seemed as if his acupoints had been pressed at the instant that the little fellow appeared here, and he was directly stunned on the spot. His eyes were opened wide while he gazed with disbelief at the violet mink that appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. When he saw Madman Huang's appearance, Ji Yanshi instantly took pleasure in Madman Huang's misfortune and started smiling. He said in his heart, "You'll deal with any trouble? This trouble is probably not so easily dealt with. Let's see how you deal with it." After a short while, Madman Huang was just about to say something. Right at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" Right when Yang Yi and Ji Yanshi were puzzled, a wave of fluctuation arose in the space 10m in front of them. In an instant, a middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared mysteriously on the spot. Madman Huang's expression instantly turned solemn when he saw them, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "The Mink Emperor, the Demon Empress." The middle-aged man and woman didn't even spare a glance at Madman Huang, and their gazes stared fixedly at the violet mink that was now on Yang Yi's shoulder again. The two of them seemed to be extremely excited, especially the beautiful middle-aged woman. There were even tears glimmering in her eyes. The violet mink blinked, and then its figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the beautiful middle-aged woman. After that, it embraced the woman's neck with its little claws before ceaselessly rubbing its little head against the woman's face. Yang Yi smiled lightly when he saw this scene. If he wasn't wrong, then this middle-aged man and beautiful middle-aged woman were the little fellow's loved ones. Even though he didn't know how they'd found the little fellow, it wasn't important anymore. The most important thing was that the little fellow could finally return home. He naturally didn't want the little fellow to leave him. However, he didn't have the right to make the little fellow follow him forever. After all, the little fellow had its own loved ones and home. Of course, if the little fellow was willing to continue staying by his side, then it couldn't be any better. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly gazed at Yang Yi, and the gentle expression in his eyes had instantly turned icy cold when he looked at Yang Yi. Moreover, it wasn't just icy cold. It even carried ghastly killing intent that was completely undisguised. He said, "Human, why was Zir with you?" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Yang Yi, Ji Yanshi, and Madman Huang instantly felt the space here fluctuate violently as if it was on the verge of shattering into pieces. He naturally didn't have a good impression of humans. Humans had always been extremely greedy and selfish. So, when he saw Yang Yi together with the violet mink, and when he saw the violet mink being so close to Yang Yi, his first thought was that his daughter had been tricked by this human's sweet words and promises. "So the little fellow's name is Zir? It sounds like the name of a girl." Yang Yi grinned, and then he described how Head met the little fellow that day. Meanwhile, the violet mink hurriedly waves its little claws as well. It waved them for a while before it seemed to have recalled that it didn't have to use its claws to convey its thoughts to the middle-aged man and beautiful middle-aged woman. So, strands of ripples emerged from its mouth. After a short while, the violet mink finished speaking, and then it flashed onto Yang Yi's shoulder. It pointed at Yang Yi, and then pointed at the middle-aged man and woman as if it was introducing them. The two of them exchanged glances, and then they frowned at the same time. The beautiful woman said, "Zir, you're saying that the two of you are friends? Very good friends? Just like me and your imperial father?" The violet mink grinned from ear to ear, and then it hurriedly nodded. The two of them exchanged glances once more. This time, their faces fell. because they seemed to have understood something. The beautiful woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and she sized him up before she gazed at the violet mink and said, "Zir, he isn't worthy of you. Moreover, humans are mostly treacherous and deceitful. They are not worthy of being trusted." The corners of Yang Yi, Ji Yinshi, and Madman Huang's mouths had twitched. Does she have to be so frank? At any rate, there are 3 humans here. The violet mink blinked, and then it shook its head. It pointed its claw at Yang Yi, and then pointed at itself as if it was expressing something. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Zir, he's a human while you're a demon beast. Even though you're about to take human form, you're still a demon beast in the end. Moreover, he's truly too weak. He's utterly unworthy of you. Let's go home. We've already caused great chaos in the demon territory in order to find you, and it's time to put everything back in order." The violet mink was slightly anxious. Right when it was about to say something else, Yang Yi strode forward and bowed to the middle-aged man and woman. He said, "I think seniors might have misunderstood. The little fellow and I are friends, or it wouldn't be going too far to say we're dear to each other. That's all." "Friends? Dear to each other?" The middle-aged man laughed coldly and said, "Human, what qualifications do you possess to say that? Do you know of Zir's identity? Do you know of her potential? Do you know what she will inherit in the future? Out of consideration for the fact that you've helped Zir in the past, I won't kill you. However, in the future, No, there will be no such thing. Both of you'll have no chance to see each other again." Yang Yi looked the middle-aged man in the eye and said, "I don't have the qualifications now, but it doesn't mean that I want in the future." Madman Huang instantly gasped when he witnessed this scene. My God, this little bastard actually dares to speak to the Mink Emperor in that way. Is he fearless because he's ignorant, or is he audacious to the extreme? Oh. The Mink Emperor's eyes narrowed as he said, "Human, do you know who you're talking to?" Yang Yi grinned and said, "Senior, you said that I don't possess the qualifications to be friends with the little fellow. Then allow me to ask you, what conditions do I have to meet? Is this enough?" As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then his 6th-level sword intent surged out without restraint. 6th-level sword intent. A wisp of surprise flashed in their eyes. Obviously, the middle-aged man and woman hadn't expected that Yang Yi had actually attained 6th-level sword intent. Even though 6th-level sword intent was nothing to the two of them, it was different when it was possessed by a human that wasn't even 20 years of age. If that isn't enough. Right at this moment, Yang Yi took another step forward, and then he said, "What about now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly and entered an empty state. After that, the sword in his hand trembled violently before a sword howl shot into the sky. The enlightened sword heart. The expressions of the middle-aged man and beautiful middle-aged woman had finally changed when they witnessed this scene, and they revealed a solemn expression for the first time. In their opinion, even though one could be considered a genius by comprehending 6th-level sword intent before the age of 20, it wasn't sufficient for them to take a person seriously. However, the enlightened sword heart was completely different. He attained both 6th-level sword intent and the enlightened sword heart before the age of 20. 10,000 years ago, wasn't that human expert from the sword sect around the same? Madman Huang was utterly stunned instead. 6th-level sword intent and the enlightened sword heart? My God, what sort of monstrous genius have I encountered? He's actually such a monstrous genius. The Divine Sword Sect was said to be the leading sect in the Sword Dao throughout the continent. But at this moment, Madman Huang felt that the geniuses of the Divine Sword Sect's younger generation were trash when compared to this monstrous genius who stood before him. The Mink Emperor gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke in a low voice. The Quasi-Sword Emperor. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded and said, "Your potential and natural talent are shocking indeed. Especially your natural talent in the Sword Dao, and it's the most monstrous amongst all the experts we've seen. But so what? Monstrous geniuses that haven't matured can only be considered as monstrous geniuses, but they aren't experts. Once they die, then the potential of monstrous geniuses would be meaningless. So, Your potential and natural talent are meaningless to the two of us. We only look at the present and not the future because there are too many variables in the future. Understand? Yang Yi shook his head, and he said, I merely wanted to prove that I have the qualifications to be friends with the little fellow. That's all. As for what Senior said about disregarding the future, I wonder if Senior has heard a saying, life is full of variables, so don't bully the young for being weak. The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, You're that confident? Yes. Yang Yi didn't back down and met her gaze. Very good. She nodded and said, Take the first during the Hidden Dragon rankings this year. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Yang Yi shook his head and said, Senior, you've still mistaken my intention. The little fellow and I are friends. We're dear to each other. This is something that doesn't need to be proved by anything. I didn't prove myself to the two of you for the sake of currying favor with you, or to obtain your acknowledgement. Then why? Asked the beautiful woman. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he gazed at the violet mink and said, Little fellow, it's time for us to part. Promise me that you won't be playful in the future and will cultivate properly. We'll do the same as well. Let's prove to the world and your loved ones that I'm the human that's the most qualified in the world to be your friend, and you're the demon beast who's most qualified to be my friend as well. All right? Chapter 311 Space Mirror. The Passionless Cliff. The violet mink's figure flashed onto Yang Ye's shoulder, and then it rubbed its forehead against Yang Ye's face. Moreover, the glimmer of tears flickered within its eyes. Obviously, it didn't want to leave Yang Yi as well. Yang Ye's heart instantly hurt as well when he saw the little fellow act in this way. How could he be willing to part with the little fellow? Since had been born, and until he met the little fellow, Yang Yi had always been alone. Only when he met the little fellow did Yang Yi understand that there was another form of affection besides family love, and that was friendship. The little fellow and Yang Yi could die for each other. So, if it was possible, he would rather never part with the little fellow forever. However, his current ability didn't allow it. Zier, being together with him will only harm him. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke in a gentle voice. If you still stay with him now that your identity has been exposed, then not only would you be in danger, he would as well. Understand? The violet mink rubbed Yang Ye's face with its claw, and then it started waving its claws about. After a short while, Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, I can't go with you. You ought to be aware that I have many things that I need to do, and I have to accomplish them. I'll go look for you in the demon territory once I'm done with all of that, and then we'll travel the entire continent together, all right? The violet mink suddenly shook its little head, and then it hugged Yang Ye's neck with force while droplets of tears gradually seeped out from its eyes. The demon empress and mink emperor exchanged glances, and they saw shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Yes, they hadn't imagined that the relationship between the violet mink and Yang Yi would be deep to such an extent. Could it be that Zier has aroused feelings of? When they thought of a certain possibility, both of their expressions instantly changed, and then they exchanged glances while a cold glow flashed in their eyes. The demon empress hesitated for a moment before she nodded. In the next moment, she waved her fair hand, and then space warped before she instantly vanished with the violet mink. I actually didn't want to kill you. After the demon empress and the violet mink vanished, the mink emperor gazed at Yang Yi and said in a low voice, because you saved Zier's life in the end. Moreover, even I have no choice but to admit that your natural talent in the sword Dao is extremely monstrous. So long as you don't die prematurely, then Zier will definitely have an extraordinary expert as a friend. However, based on her attitude towards you just now, I know that Zier's feelings towards you are absolutely not limited to ordinary friendship. So, I have no choice but to eliminate you in order to put an end to such thoughts of hers. Yang Yi gazed at the demon emperor without the slightest fear on his face, and he chuckled and said, Senior, you wanted to kill me since the beginning, right? The demon emperor nodded and said, Indeed. Even though the two of you are friends, you humans are the ficklest. You may be friends now, but perhaps you'd become her enemy in the next moment for the sake of your own interests. I can't be at ease if she's with a human. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he gazed at Madman Huang and said, Senior Huang, you said that you'd deal with any trouble I get myself into. Does that offer still stand? Madman Huang's expression instantly turned slightly unsightly. Even though he couldn't defeat the Mink Emperor with his strength, he still had the ability to fight the Mink Emperor. However, the problem was that he couldn't fight the Mink Emperor. Because if he offended the spatial Mink clan, then the Divine Sword Sect would be in huge trouble. Everyone in the continent knew that the spatial Mink clan usually didn't cause trouble, but once it did, then it was absolutely horrifying. Not to mention the Divine Sword Sect, even the 3 ninth-rank sects wouldn't dare to rashly offend the spatial Mink clan. However, Yang Yi's natural talent was truly monstrous. If Yang Yi joined the Divine Sword Sect and received both the resources and fostering of the sect, then Yang Yi would definitely become an extraordinary expert in the future. At that time, it was very likely that the Divine Sword Sect would advance into the ranks of 9th-rank sects, and it was even to the extent that it might even become a 10th-rank sect. Now, a huge problem was placed in front of Madman Huang. To save or not to save? Save him. Meanwhile, Ji Yanshi suddenly said in a low voice, Madman Huang, the Divine Sword Sect is in a gradual decline now. If someone capable of re-energizing the sect doesn't appear, then the Divine Sword Sect would probably not even be able to stay an 8th-rank sect. Since it's like that, then why don't we gamble on him? If this kid is able to survive, then my Divine Sword Sect will definitely be renowned throughout the profounder continent, even if he's the only one remaining in the entire sect. Madman Huang took a deep breath and said, But me, you, and even more disciples of the sect will die. Ji Yanshi felt silent. Indeed, if we fight the Mink Emperor for Yang Yi, then it'll be equivalent to the Divine Sword Sect having to face the formidable spatial Mink clan. Once war breaks out, then it wouldn't be just a problem of death in the sect, the entire sect might even be eliminated from the central territory. The barrier between territories was effective against any clan and race, except the spatial Mink clan. Yang Yi glanced at Madman Huang's expression, and then he grinned as he gazed at the Mink Emperor and said, Senior, you possess unfathomable ability. So can I ask 2 requests from Senior before I die? Don't worry, both of them won't trouble Senior. The Mink Emperor gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, Out of consideration for the fact that you saved Zir, speak of your requests. Yang Yi bowed to the Mink Emperor, and then he turned around to gaze towards the distance. That direction was the southern territory. After a short while, the Mink Emperor glanced at Madman Huang and Ji Yanshi. Madman Huang understood the Mink Emperor's intentions. He cupped his fists, glanced with a complicated expression at Yang Yi, who had a slightly blanked gaze, and then his figure flashed and vanished with Ji Yanshi. Once they left, the Mink Emperor waved his hand, and then an extremely enormous mirror appeared in space. He said, This mirror is called the Space Mirror, and it can satisfy your first request. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mink Emperor waved his hand once more. In an instant, the surface of the mirror suddenly started flickering, and then a scene gradually appeared on it. The Flower Palace. There was a cliff that one couldn't see the bottom of at the rear mountains of the Flower Palace. The bottom of the cliff was extremely dark, and bone-piercingly cold winds swept through it. The gusts of cold wind here were like sharp blades that even cut the air apart, and it caused the bottom of the cliff to be filled with sharp whistled from the air being torn apart. There was a round platform at the center of this place, and a dense expanse of pitch-black poles stood on the round platform. Countless women were tied to those poles. Some of these women were dead, and they died horribly because their faces had been cut by the cold wind to the point of being unrecognizable, and some had even been cut into countless pieces. However, even more of them were still alive. However, these living women weren't in much of a better state than those dead women. The bottom of this cliff was the renowned passionless cliff of the Flower Palace, and the cold winds that sliced through the air here were called cold bale wind. The cold bale wind was especially utilized to punish the disciples of the Flower Palace who had violated the rules of the palace. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman appeared on the round platform. Terror instantly arose in the eyes of those women who were tied to the poles when they saw this woman, because this middle-aged woman was in charge of Passionless Cliff. Of course, the most important reason was that this woman had a slightly twisted mental state. This middle-aged woman had once fallen in love with a man just like all of the women here. However, the man she fell for was a disloyal fellow that had only approached her for wealth and pleasure. After that, her mental state started to become twisted, and she couldn't bear to see men and women of the world being in love. It was exactly because of this that the Flower Palace had assigned her to manage Passionless Cliff, because she would absolutely not hold back against these disciples who'd fallen in love. When she noticed the terror in their eyes, the middle-aged woman instantly revealed a cruel smile and said, "Tisk, Tiske, geniuses of the past, it's time to enjoy. Come, enjoy it well." As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged woman flipped her palm, and then a pitch-black whip appeared in her hand. When they saw this pitch-black whip, the delicate figures of the women in the surroundings couldn't help but tremble. Because this whip was called the Soulstrike Whip, as its name implied, it struck the soul. Most of the women being kept here were at the spirit realm or above, so with the strength of their physical bodies, it was utterly impossible to harm them with ordinary attacks. So, the Flower Palace had specially created this Soulstrike Whip, because no matter how painful physical pain was, it couldn't even compare to a tenth to the pain that came from the soul. As she gazed at their terrified expressions and trembling figures, the middle-aged woman's smile grew even brighter. She said, "All of you bitches brought this upon yourselves. You could have enjoyed luxury and status in the palace, but all of you just had to fall in love. Now, all of you can enjoy the torture from this damnable cold bale, whined every single day, and even suffer whippings 3 times a day. Don't all of you think that you asked for this?" As soon as she finished speaking, her hand moved, and a bang resounded as the whip in her hand transformed into a black shadow that swiftly descended onto a woman in front of her. A miserable and shrill cry instantly resounded. The woman's face warped from pain, and her body even started to tremble violently. The middle-aged woman seemed to feel even more pleased with herself, and she raised the whip in her hand and waved it over and over again towards the woman. After a short while, the woman fell unconscious, but her body was still trembling violently. How weak." The middle-aged woman grunted coldly when she saw the other woman faint, and then she raised her arm with the intention of swinging her whip onto the woman once more. Right at this moment, a woman tied to the pole on the left of that fainted woman suddenly said, "Long Yu, she has already fainted. Is it necessary to act in this way? Be lenient when it's possible. After all, we were once from the same sect." The hand of the woman called Long Yu stopped in midair, and then she gazed at the women who spoke those words. A wisp of gloominess flashed in her eyes as she said, "Feng Yu, don't even think that you can order me around just because someone within the sect is protecting you. Allow me to tell you that I'm in charge of everything within Passionless Cliff. It looks to me like you haven't had a taste of the Soulstrike Whip for a long time, right? They'll let you taste it today." As she spoke, Long Ye's figure flashed while she suddenly swung the whip at Feng Yu, and the Soulstrike Whip actually left a string of black afterimages behind when it was swung with her full strength. Whip. It struck forcefully onto Feng Ye's body. Feng Yu instantly felt her soul shudder. The sharp pain that came from the depths of her soul caused Feng Ye's brows to knit together tightly. Just like the woman from before, Feng Ye's body couldn't help but tremble violently. However, Feng Yu didn't make a sound. You're quite unyielding, huh?" Long Yu grunted coldly, and then she raised the whip and swung it at Feng Yu. In less than a quarter of an hour, Feng Ye's entire body was covered in marks left behind by the whip. Moreover, while she hadn't fallen unconscious, her countenance was extremely pale and without the slightest hint of red. Coupled with the countless marks of the whip on her body, Feng Yu seemed to be in an extremely horrifying state. Yower. Feng Yu slowly closed her eyes. At the moment before her eyes had closed completely, 2 names gradually had emerged from between her lips. Chapter 3:12 Mutating. Yower, you're still thinking about those 2 bastard children of yours? Long Yu laughed coldly and said, "A bitch will always be a bitch. Not only did you have a secret relationship and fell in love with a man, you even bore children for a man. Humph. To tell you the truth, those two bastard children of yours are dead. What? Suddenly, Feng Yu, whose eyes had already closed, had suddenly raised her head to gaze at Long Yu, and she said, "No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The sword sect will protect them." The sword sect? Long Yu laughed coldly and said, "Would that piece of trash sect that's in decline dare to go against my flower palace? They could only hand over those two bastard children in the face of my flower palace's request. Do you know how horrible their deaths were? Come, allow me to slowly describe it to you. We first castrated your son and allowed him to suffer the most painful torture in this world, and then we used the soul strike whip to strike him to the point his soul dispersed. As for your daughter, no." Feng Yu closed her eyes in pain while two streams of clear tears flowed out of her eyes like torrents. The reason she was still alive was that she wanted to see Yang Yi and Yang Yao. Or perhaps it could be said that she wanted to give Yang Yi motivation to fight, because she was very clearly aware that one could only take control of one's own fate by possessing strength. It could be said that if it wasn't for these two reasons, then she should have died a long time ago. After all, no one wanted to suffer the cold bale wind and soul strike whip in passionless cliff for eternity. Yangning, Flower Palace, I won't forgive you even in death. Feng Yu raised her head and roared furiously. Her voice sounded as if it came from hell, and it was horrifying. Whip. Long Yu suddenly whipped Feng Ye's face. In an instant, a bloody mark that was a few centimeters long had instantly appeared on Feng Ye's face. However, this wasn't the end because Long Yu waved the whip once more, and it seemed like she was doing it on purpose because every single whip struck Feng Ye's face. In next to no time, Feng Ye's entire face was covered in red marks from the whip, and it seemed extremely hideous and horrifying. You won't forgive the Flower Palace? You? The meridians in your body are already destroyed while your soul is about to disperse. You're even worse than an ordinary commoner now. So, how would you do anything to my Flower Palace? As she spoke, Long Yu continued swinging the whip at Feng Yu, but she didn't utilize her profound energy this time because the higher-ups had ordered that Feng Yu couldn't die. Now, she was purely torturing Feng Ye's body. The ancient battlefield. At the moment he saw Feng Yu being on the verge of death through the scene displayed by the mirror, Yang Yi was unable to suppress the ruthless killing intent in his heart anymore. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable and resounding howl of rage that carried heart-rending pain resounded here. Because he was in too much pain, Yang Yi's entire face had warped severely while his eyes had become terrifyingly crimson red as if they were dyed with blood. His hands were clenched tightly to the point his nails sunk deep into his palm, and fresh blood flowed incessantly down his fingers. Flower Palace, Flower Palace, Flower Palace, Flower Palace. Ah! Yang Yi, whose eyes were crimson red and had a savage expression on his face, had suddenly howled like a wild beast, and then a resounding sword howl suddenly erupted from a sword. After that, a trace of blood red shot into the sky as the little finger on his right hand shot into the air as well. I, Yang Yi, swear that I'll suffer eternal damnation if I'm unable to completely annihilate all the disciples of the Flower Palace in my lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of peerlessly violent and ghastly slaughter intent suddenly surged explosively from Yang Yi's body, and it was accompanied by his sword intent. The slaughter intent seemed to be boundless, and it raged in the surroundings along with Yang Yi's sword intent. These two intents gradually mixed together, and they became indistinguishable from each other after a short while passed. The expression of the Mink Emperor, who was watching coldly from the side, had suddenly changed as he said, "His sword intent has mutated. Slaughter sword intent. How could this be possible? How could the future Sword Emperor possess slaughter sword intent?" Slaughter sword intent could be said to be a combination of sword intent and slaughter intent, and its might was countless times stronger than pure sword intent or slaughter intent. There was sword intent within slaughter intent, and there was sword intent within slaughter intent. However, it was very likely for slaughter sword intent to corrode the mind of the one that had comprehended it, and it would cause that person to become a complete and utter machine of slaughter. What was the Sword Emperor? The Sword Emperor was righteous and upright. All Sword Emperors definitely possessed an aura of righteousness. It didn't mean that the Sword Emperors would definitely be good people, but it meant that those who became the Sword Emperor were usually not bloodthirsty individuals. Because the Sword Emperor's sword was connected to the heart, so the Sword Emperor had to have a clear conscience if they killed. Moreover, if the Sword Emperor wasn't able to maintain a clear conscience, then the mysterious ancient sheath on Sword Emperor Mountain wouldn't continue staying by the side of the Sword Emperor. Slaughter sword intent didn't represent bloodthirst as well. However, every single person in History Hood comprehended slaughter sword intent was fond of killing. So, the Mink Emperor was extremely bewildered right now. He couldn't figure out why Yang Yi, who clearly possessed the enlightened sword heart and was the quasi-sword emperor, would undergo a mutation of sword intent and attain slaughter sword intent. Could it be that he isn't the future sword emperor? The Mink Emperor shook his head. All of this isn't important anymore. He'll be dying once I've completed his requests. So, it still wouldn't make a difference even if he improves his sword intent to the perfect 10th level of sword intent right now. After a short while, Yang Yi's eyes were still crimson red, and his gaze was slightly blank as he suddenly said, "My final request is to head to a place." The Mink Emperor frowned as he gazed at Yang Yi, who seemed as if had lost his soul. And then the Mink Emperor said, "All right, Death Abyss." The Mink Emperor and Yang Yi appeared at the bottom of Death Abyss. After they arrived here, the Mink Emperor swept the surroundings with his gaze, and then he frowned and said, "Where's the person you wish to meet?" "He's just ahead." Yang Yi pointed towards the cottage in the distance, and then he walked over slowly and bowed before he said, "Elder Mu, I can't die yet." Creak. The door was opened slowly, and then an extremely old and hunched man walked out while supporting himself with a walking stick. The man's aged appearance and weak body made it seem like just a gust of wind could blow him to the ground. However, it was precisely such an old man that caused the Mink Emperor's expression to change. Elder Mu glanced at the Mink Emperor before he gazed at Yang Yi, and then he sized up Yang Yi before he grinned. "Not bad. 6th level sword intent, and the 5th rank of the King Realm. Such speed is truly shocking. Unfortunately, your sword intent has mutated, so you'll be unable to inherit the mysterious ancient sheath. However, it's fine because slaughter sword intent is the purest and sharpest amongst all types of sword intent, coupled with the enlightened sword heart that you possess. Haha, would anyone be able to resist a single strike of your sword in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu nodded to Yang Yi, and then he gazed at the Mink Emperor, who had a solemn expression on his face. Elder Mu said, "Spatial Mink." "Huh." Xiao Tianji once said, "The divine treasure emerges, the violet pupils appear. Chaos envelopes the world, the heaven path will clear. All living beings prosper." I presume you've heard of these words. The Mink Emperor's expression changed swiftly when he heard this, and then he gazed at Elder Mu and said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know of Xian Tianji's prophecy from 10,000 years ago?" "I'm just someone that's about to die." Elder Mu shook his head and said, "Mink Emperor, I can't stop you from killing him, but if you do kill him, then that prophecy will cease to exist. In other words, your spatial Mink clan will be buried along with all the living beings on Profounder Continent." "What do you mean by that?" The Mink Emperor's expression was slightly unsightly, and the space around him rippled. Elder Mu raised his head slightly and gazed towards the sky in the distance. After that, he said softly, "Mink Emperor, do you know why no one has been able to overcome the heaven path after the Unfettered One cleared it all those years ago?" The Mink Emperor stated in a low voice. The Unfettered One was extremely formidable indeed. He was formidable indeed. Elder Mu smiled and said, "He crushed the entire heaven path with just a single sword in hand. Not to mention in the history of the past 10,000 years, even if it was in the history of the continent for a few 10,000 years, no one has been able to accomplish that." As for the future, when he spoke up to here, Elder Mu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he said, "There's probably no one besides him who can accomplish that." The Mink Emperor glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Is that so?" Elder Mu smiled and said, "Let's speak about the heaven path. In the last 10,000 years after the unfettered one passed through it, no one has been able to overcome it again. Besides the reason that the unfettered one's strength was too formidable, it's also because the difficulty of the heaven path has been increasing after his departure. The people outside don't want anyone here to leave again. Do you understand? Who exactly are you? The Mink Emperor's expression changed once more, and he said, "You actually know about the people outside. There are definitely less than a handful of people on Profounder Continent who are aware of this. Who exactly are you?" Elder Mu spoke indifferently as he gazed at the Mink Emperor. The Undertaker. The Mink Emperor's pupils constricted when he heard this. He gazed at Elder Mu for a short while, and then the Mink Emperor actually bowed slightly while Yang Yi watched with astonishment and bewilderment. After he bowed to Elder Mu, the Mink Emperor said, "According to legend, regardless of whether one is a human, demon beast, or any other race, the corpses of all the experts who perish on the heaven path will be taken by a mysterious expert and given a proper burial, so that their souls may rest in peace and attain reincarnation. I thought this was only a legend, but I never imagined that you really existed." Elder Mu smiled, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I originally intended to foster him into the next Undertaker, but I noticed that the continent wouldn't be needing one in the future." The Mink Emperor fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "Indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yi, and then he said, "Since he's your disciple, then I naturally can't make a move against him. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the Mink Emperor bowed once more to Elder Mu, and then he vanished on the spot. After the Mink Emperor left, Yang Yi said, "Elder Mu, what?" "Yes, from the beginning until the end." Yang Yi was extremely dazed. The Mink Emperor and Elder Mu clearly didn't know each other. However, the Mink Emperor was so courteous to Elder Mu, and it felt extremely unusual to Yang Yi. "You want to ask why he was so courteous to me?" said Elder Mu with a smile on his face. Yang Yi nodded. "Because even someone as strong as he might need me to bury his corpse." Elder Mu smiled and said, "The heaven path is also called the Tomb of Experts." "Haha, why am I tell you all of this now? Go on, return to the ancient battlefield. Your mother is fated to suffer this tribulation, and you still don't have the ability to resolve this tribulation for her. Go work hard to become stronger, otherwise your mother, you, your younger sister, and countless other people will all die." Yang Yi was just about to ask something when the world around him spun, and his consciousness started to become blurry. When he regained his consciousness once more, he was already at the spot where Head met the Mink Emperor in the beginning. Chapter 3:13 White-Haired Woman. Yang Yi stood on the spot and glanced at his surroundings. At this moment, he was slightly lost. It wasn't because of his path, and it was his heart instead. Yang Yi's lifetime desire was actually very simple. It was to be together with his family, allow his family to live comfortably, and live happily with his family forever. Attain the authority to control the world, drinking while enjoying the company of beauties, eternal life, prestige. Head never thought about all of that. Yes, since the very beginning, Head never sought for much. He merely wanted to live an ordinary life. However, this simple desire was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending the heavens to Yang Yi. Fortunately, Head understood all of this a very long time ago. His heart was merely lost for a moment. After all, he only had a single choice now, and it was to use the sword in his hand and annihilate all who stood in his way to an ordinary life. As for how many people like this existed, it wasn't important to him any longer. Now, there were only two types of people in this world: those who were dear to him and those who were his enemies. Those dear to him had to be protected, whereas enemies naturally had to be annihilated. If the whole world was his enemy, then he would annihilate everyone in the world. Of course, the precondition to this was that he possessed the strength to accomplish it. Now, he had to work hard to gain strength because he could only protect and kill when he was strong. Otherwise, it would all be empty talk if he lacked strength. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Yi didn't choose to return to the Southern Territory right now. Even though he wished for nothing more than to annihilate every single member of the Flower Palace, he knew that if he really went there now, then not only would he be unable to rescue his mother, he would lose his life as well. The Flower Palace wasn't an existence that he could go against right now. Yang Yi glanced at the severed finger on his right hand, and then he took a deep breath and suppressed the surging and violent killing intent in his heart before his figure flashed. He flew swiftly towards the southwest because he intended to go look for the ninth hell cold gale. The ninth hell was also called the Nether God's Tomb because the Nether God of the Nether Territory was buried here many years ago. A huge battle had once erupted in the ancient battlefield a few 10,000 years ago, and countless experts had fallen during that battle. The Nether God was one of these fallen experts. Boundless energy of death had seeped out from where the Nether God died, and an area of 500 kilometers in the surroundings was instantly transformed into an expanse of barren land. It had become the place that was called the Ninth Hell now. Every single time the Hidden Dragon Pagoda was about to be opened, countless profounders would head to the Ninth Hell because it was the best place to cultivate besides the Hidden Dragon Pagoda itself. Not only was the cold wind here able to stimulate one's profound energy, but it could also temper the physical body. Most importantly, there was a type of spirit within the Ninth Hell, and these spirits were born from the energy of death that came from the Nether God. Devouring these spirits strengthened the soul. So, every single time the Hidden Dragon Pagoda was about to be opened, practically all the profounders from the Nether Territory would first cultivate at the Ninth Hell, an expanse of pitch-black earth that seemed as if it had been burned laid before Yang Yi's eyes, and it was the same even until the limits of his vision. It was clearly midday right now, but the sky above this expanse of pitch-black earth was covered in dark clouds. These dark clouds seemed as if they possessed strange energy, and they were actually able to block the rays of sunlight from descending. A strand of cold wind blew at Yang Yi's face, and it instantly made him frown because the cold wind made him feel a wave of discomfort from his soul. The wind didn't target the body but the soul. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. With a command in his heart, a strand of sword intent shot out and drove the cold wind away. At the same time, Yang Yi's expression had become extremely solemn, because if he was not wrong, then the cold wind should have probably been emanated by the ninth hell cold gale. Since even the cold wind it emanates is so formidable, then exactly how terrifying is the thing itself? I have to look for it no matter how terrifying it is. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he executed his movement technique and flashed towards the distance. It was very simple if he wanted to find the ninth hell cold gale. He just had to follow the direction which led to stronger cold winds. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving because a ball of green light floated in front of him. The ball of green light was around the size of an adult's head, and it was completely pure green in color. Moreover, the energy contained within it caused Yang Yi's heart to thump with desire. This desire had appeared for entirely no reason. It was merely because once he laid eyes on the ball of green light, Yang Yi had a feeling that it was beneficial to him. Bang! Right at this moment, a strand of saber chi suddenly flashed into appearance and slashed the green ball of light. A light bang resounded as the ball of light was blasted apart, and then countless little green dots floated out from within it. After that, a white-haired woman suddenly appeared where the green ball of light was, and then she opened her mouth and sucked all of those little green dots into her mouth. The white-haired woman took a deep breath while she revealed an intoxicated expression. After a little while, she seemed to have remembered that someone was beside her, and then she opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Yi. She said, "Is this your first time here?" Yang Yi returned to his senses and gazed at the white-haired woman. She was around 20 years of age and had an extremely beautiful appearance. Not only did her white hair not diminish the beauty she possessed, but it also added a strange and unusual type of beauty to her. A round and curved blade was hung in a slanted position on her waist. The curved blade was extremely thin and very short, and it was on par with some comparatively longer daggers. Yang Yi noticed that the white-haired woman's left hand had always been on the curved blade since Shed appeared here, and it had never left the blade. "Is this a habit, or is she on guard against me?" Yang Yi replied, "Indeed it is." The woman asked another question. "You came from Ancient Domain City?" Yang Yi nodded and said, I've already answered 2 of your questions, so can I ask you a question as well? Go on. The white-haired woman glanced at Yang Yi and spoke sparingly. What was that? Asked Yang Yi. A soul. A soul? That was a soul? Asked Yang Yi with a frown on his face. The white-haired woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, That a second question. Yang Yi was speechless. The woman asked once more. You came from ancient domain city? Yang Yi nodded. There's a person there called Yang Yi. Do you know him? The woman's question was shocking. Yang Yi was stunned. He glanced at the white-haired woman in a serious manner, and he confirmed that he didn't know her. Could it be that my reputation is so great? The white-haired woman frowned slightly when she saw Yang Yi being stunned on the spot, and she repeated her question. Do you know him? Yang Yi glanced at the woman with a strange expression, and then he nodded and said, I do. Right? Why are you looking for him? To kill him, said the white-haired woman. Yang Yi blurted out. Why? At this moment, Yang Yi felt that he was suffering from injustice. After all, he absolutely didn't know this woman, and he believed that she too didn't know him at all. Otherwise, why would she be unable to recognize him while he stood in front of her? Since it was like then there was a problem. Why did the woman want to kill him? The white-haired woman glanced at Yang Yi, and then she didn't say anything before she turned around and left. Yang Yi was stunned when he witnessed this. Is she that cold and aloof? He didn't hesitate to hurriedly follow her. After all, he hadn't gotten to the bottom of the matter. Even though he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want people looking for trouble with him for no reason. Moreover, it was an expert like this white-haired woman who wanted to look for trouble with him. After all, the saber chi from the woman just now contained 5th-level saber intent. The white-haired woman stopped, turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and then said, What are you doing? Yang Yi was utterly stunned by this question, and he only returned to his senses after quite some time. He said, I want to ask why you intend to kill Yang Yi? Based on what you said earlier, both of you seem to not know each other. So, is there some sort of misunderstanding? The white-haired woman shook her head and said, If I don't kill him, then I have to marry him. I don't want to marry him, so I can only kill him. Why? Yang Yi was shocked to the point he almost leaped up with surprise, and then he said, Marry him? Why? At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his mind wasn't capable of processing all of this. It's because of my father. The white-haired woman said, My father is usually right, but I really don't want to marry him. Why don't you return to Ancient Domain City and ask him not to participate in the Hidden Dragon rankings? Tell him to rush back to the Southern Territory and never come to Ancient Domain City again. All right? Yang Yi was even more dazed by this. He slapped himself on the head, and then he said, I understand a little now. You want to kill Yang Yi because your father wants you to marry Yang Yi? On the other hand, you don't want to marry Yang Yi, so you want to kill him, right? The woman nodded. May I ask you why your father asked you to marry Yang Yi? At this moment, Yang Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, because someone actually wanted their daughter to marry him. My God, exactly which great lord is so king? The white-haired woman said, I don't have to marry Yang Yi actually. My father merely said that I have to marry the Sword Emperor of this generation. Yang Yi already possesses 5th-level sword intent and the enlightened sword heart. But what if Yang Yi can't become the Sword Emperor? Yang Yi said, Wouldn't you have killed the wrong person? Wouldn't you feel guilty for doing that? But he possesses the enlightened sword heart. Possessing the enlightened sword heart doesn't mean that one will definitely become the Sword Emperor. Yang Yi interrupted her and said, Did your father say that the one who possesses the enlightened sword heart is the Sword Emperor? He probably didn't, right? Besides that, if a person who possesses the enlightened sword heart would definitely be able to become the Sword Emperor, then your father would have directly told you to marry Yang Yi and not the Sword Emperor, right? The white-haired woman frowned lightly as she thought. Yang Yi suddenly said, Right. May I ask who your father is? The white-haired woman suddenly gazed at Yang Yi when she heard this, and then saber intent surged out from her entire body. However, the saber intent suddenly surged back into her body when it was about to arrive in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed once more when he witnessed this scene. because he was unable to accomplish that. Who exactly is this woman who seems slightly slow-witted? Chapter 3:14 6th Level Saber and Tin. I can't tell you that. The white-haired woman finished speaking, glanced at Yang Yi, and then turned around and left. This time, she seemed to not want Yang Yi to continue bothering her, so she sped up, and merely an instant had passed before her figure was already over 30 m away. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then his profound energy surged to activate the gale shows, and he transformed into a black ray of light that chased after her. He didn't want to pester her, but this matter was truly strange, and he kept having the feeling that some sort of plot was being laid out against him. But he wasn't able to put his finger on it. It was merely a feeling. Yang Yi's expression gradually turned solemn because he noticed that even with the boost provided by the Gale shoes and a Strider talisman, not only had the gap between him and the white-haired woman showed no signs of being reduced, it was being dragged apart instead. They were 30 m apart earlier, yet they were around 100 m apart now. Moreover, the woman seemed to be completely immune to the cold winds here, and they didn't affect her at all. On the other hand, he had to ceaselessly utilize his sword intent to resist the cold winds. This was naturally not a problem if it was at any other time, because it would just consume some of his profound energy. But now, such consumption was extremely serious. Who exactly is she? Even though he hadn't fought her, Yang Yi believed that her strength was absolutely not weaker than the three outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory, and it was even to the extent that she was stronger than them. Besides that, who's that father she speaks of? Why does he want her to marry the Sword Emperor? Am I the Sword Emperor, or am I not? It's fine if I'm not the Sword Emperor, but if I am, then what exactly is his objective? After thinking for a long time, Yang Yi was unable to figure out an answer. So, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at the white-haired woman who was going further and further away from him. He knew that if he didn't think of a way and allowed this to continue, then he would be absolutely unable to catch up to her. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He noticed that he seemed to have forgotten something all this while, and it was that the sword control technique could allow him to control a sword and fly. In the past, the consumption of profound energy caused by the sword control technique was too terrifying, and it wasn't worth to utilize at the first heaven realm. But now, he was already at the king realm, and the profound energy within his body couldn't be compared to while he was at the first heaven realm. So, wasn't it the best time to try controlling a sword to fly on it? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi stopped hesitating. A sword transformed into a ray of light that arrived in front of him, and then he leaped up and descended onto it. After that, he issued a command in his heart, and it transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards the distance. Bang! Yang Yi wasn't able to react in time because it had suddenly sped up, so the sword flew forward while Yang Yi himself fell to the ground. He smashed heavily onto the ground and smashed a deep hole open where he landed. However, fortunately, his physical body was strong, so such an impact was nothing to him. Yang Yi was extremely delighted as he stood up because he noticed that flying on a sword wasn't a dream. Even though had fallen from his sword, it was merely because he hadn't gotten accustomed to it. The sword control technique could really allow him to control a sword and fly on it. Of course, the precondition was that he could get used to the speed. 2 hours later, even though he fell over and over again, the distance between Yang Yi and the white-haired woman grew shorter and shorter. However, the consumption of profound energy to fly with a sword caused Yang Yi to be unable to help but feel slightly ashamed, because if he hadn't been absorbing the energy within energy stones at all times, then his profound energy would have probably been completely exhausted a long time ago. Suddenly, the white-haired woman stopped. She turned around and gazed at Yang Yi, who stood on the sword and was on the verge of falling, and then a strand of surprise and curiosity flashed in her eyes. Once Yang Yi approached and stopped in front of her, she said, "Your method of controlling a sword to fly is extremely ingenious. It seems to be controlled by the heart?" Yang Yi took a deep breath of air, and then he nodded and said, "Indeed." The woman nodded, and then she glanced at Yang Yi and said, Your strength isn't bad, but you shouldn't follow me. The Nether God's tomb is in the distance, and the cold wind there will grow stronger and stronger. Your soul can't endure the assault of the cold wind there. Moreover, there should be numerous fellows from the Nether territory over there, and they'll act against you if they notice you. Are you not afraid of them? Asked Yangyi. Their attacks are very bizarre and impossible to guard against. The woman shook her head and said, They can't defeat me. Yangyi was speechless. The white-haired woman glanced at Yangyi, and then she turned around with the intention of leaving. Yangyi hurriedly said, Can we travel together? As you know, it's my first time here, and it'll be extremely dangerous if I move about at random. You're slightly weak. The white-haired woman said frankly, Even I will be unable to save you if we encounter those fellows from the Nether territory. So, go back to Ancient Domain City. Otherwise, find a few human profounders to form a group with them. Yang Ye's face darkened. Am I weak? Fine, I really am weak in the eyes of many, but am absolutely not weak amongst my peers. However, the woman before him had called him weak, and Yang Yi really had the urge to ask her for a one-on-one battle. But the displeasure in his heart had instantly vanished when he heard the last few sentences that she spoke. He felt that while she possessed a formidable strength and was slightly slow-witted, she was a good person in heart. Yang Yi was about to say something. Suddenly, the woman frowned, and then a bright and cold glow flashed. Clang! A clear and melodious sound of metal breaking resounded. 3 golden needles that were fine like hair fell to the ground in front of Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face sank as he gazed at the golden needles, and then he turned to gaze at a bald man and an extremely gorgeous woman that had suddenly appeared at the side. Xiao Yushi, you've spoiled my plans again. The Bale man gazed at the white-haired woman and spoke with a gloomy expression. The white-haired woman said, Imo Kwang, we're all humans. There's no need to do that. Mind your own business. The gorgeous woman by Imo Kwang's side suddenly spoke in a sharp voice. Xiao Yushi, your Xiao clan and my Imo clan have always avoided interfering with each other's business, but you've repeatedly obstructed us after coming to the ancient battlefield. What exactly is the meaning of this? The white-haired woman glanced at the two of them, and then she pondered deeply for a short while before she said, If the two of you want to kill me, then why look for such pointless excuses? You've already recruited some help, so just ask them to show themselves. Ha ha! Right at this moment, roaring laughter suddenly resounded before a young man who held a long saber in his hand appeared mysteriously. The young man sized Xiao Yushi up before he said, as expected of someone from the Xiao clan. Looks like you noticed us a long time ago. Eccentric do. Bloodless death. There's no need to hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in green robes and a man in black robed appeared behind the white-haired woman. The green-robed man sized her up while a strand of a lustful glow erupted from within his eyes. He said, Tisk, TSK, you're truly a divine figure. Siblings of the Mo clan, we've agreed upon it. Her corpse belongs to me. Ha ha. The Swift Saber, by Feng, the amorous doctor of poisons, eccentric dew, and the sword that leaves no blood, bloodless death. Xiao Yushi glanced at the three of them before she said, I never expected that they would even get the three of you. The reputation of these three fellows could be said to be on par with the 3 outstanding geniuses of the Central Territory, but it was a bad reputation. While he was at the 7th rank of the King Realm, the Swift Saber by Feng had once made a Spirit Realm expert unable to fight back against him and tortured that Spirit Realm expert to death by constantly executing 1,000 slashes in every single breath of time. Since that battle came to an end, Bai Feng attained the reputation of being the Swift Saber. Not to mention personally experiencing it, even hearing about such speed was astounding. The Doctor of Poison, eccentric dew, could be said to be infamous because he specialized in playing with women, and they weren't even living women. They were dead. His strength wasn't especially formidable, but his mysterious and undetectable poison techniques caused others to shudder in horror from just hearing about it. In the past, a city governor had issued a warrant for his death because Head killed and played with that city governor's concubine. In his rage, he poisoned the entire population of over 1 million in the city. Since then, he vanished from the view of the public, and he hadn't made another appearance. Of course, he didn't want to vanish, but some extraordinary experts had been infuriated by his actions, and they took joint action to pursue him. So, he had no choice but to vanish. As for Bloodless Death, he was an assassin. He could be said to be a legend in the world of assassins, because he only assassinated targets who were above his realm of cultivation. In other words, he only accepted missions with targets that possessed a cultivation that was a realm above his own. According to incomplete statistics, had assassinated over 100 spirit realm experts while at the king realm, but this time, had come to assassinate Xiao Yushi, who was at the same realm of cultivation as himself. Xiao Yushi's expression was solemn because the strength of her opponents was extremely formidable, and they were even very large in number. On the other hand, Yang Yi was extremely calm because he didn't know them at all. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid even if he did. I'm really curious. Exactly what price did they pay to actually be able to recruit the three of you? Said Xiao Yushi. It's naturally something that we desire. Bai Feng laughed coldly and said, Maiden Xiao, everyone says that you're the future Saber Exalt of the continent, and I'm very disgruntled by that. So, I've wanted to fight you for a long time and see who exactly is the future Saber Exalt. Now, I finally have the chance. Bai Feng, I didn't hire you to compete for a title with her. Meanwhile, Imo Kuang spoke in a low voice. I know you're proud and think that your saber technique is inferior to no one. However, I have to tell you that her saber intent was already at the peak of the 6th level a year ago. Otherwise, would I pay such a huge price to hire the three of you? The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard Imo Kuang. Even Yang Yes was shocked as well. This seemingly slow-witted woman is actually so formidable? Her saber intent was at the peak of the 6th level a year ago? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi felt slightly embarrassed. No wonder she said I'm slightly weak just now. So, she wasn't speaking recklessly. She had the right to say that. Chapter 3:15 7th Level Saber Intent. Peak 6th Level Saber Intent. These words caused Bai Feng's expression to become unsightly. After all, he was already considered an extraordinary genius in the Saber Dao, yet he merely possessed 5th level Saber Intent. On the other hand, she was already at the peak of the 6th level Saber Intent a year ago. This was truly a slap to the face for him. As expected of the quasi-Saber Exalt, Bloodless Death suddenly spoke in a low voice. I originally didn't intend to become enemies with you. Unfortunately, I'm unable to refuse the compensation they provided. So, you should just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Bloodless Death suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, Head appeared in front of Xiao Yushi. However, right at this moment, a cold glow flashed. Hiss! Bloodless Death's figure returned to where he stood just now, and the only difference was that a faint blood-red mark had appeared on his neck. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed once more when they noticed this scene. Especially Bai Feng, because that casual attack from Xiao Yushi was actually faster than his quickest attack. Xiao Yushi gazed at the siblings from the Imo clan, and then she pointed at Yang Yi and said, This enmity is between our clans, and it's unrelated to him. So, can you let him leave? No. It was Bai Feng who spoke these words. Bai Feng revealed a gloomy expression as he said, Everyone, if the news that the 5 of us had joined forces against a woman were to spread, then how would we continue living in the continent? So, this kid must die. Indeed. Eccentric Du agreed. This fellow can't leave with his life. Otherwise, if the Imo clan were to find out, then we'll probably have to spend the rest of our lives facing endless pursuit. Bloodless Death didn't say anything, and he just gazed at Yang Yi. Xiao Yushi frowned, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Sorry for dragging you into this. Just flee if you have the chance. You have a good chance of fleeing with that profound technique of sword control that you possess. Yang Yi asked with an astounded expression, You intend to fight all 5 of them on your own? Every single one of them was at the peak of the king realm. Moreover, they were existences who could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. Yet this woman actually wanted to fight all 5 of them by herself? Not even someone with 6th level saber intent could act so recklessly. How can those who use the saber shrink back from battle? Said Xiao Yushi as her brows raised. Yang Yi was filled with great respect for her and said, even though I don't agree with your actions, I have no choice but to admit that your actions are worthy of my respect. When he spoke up to hear, Yang Yi turned to gaze at Imo Kwang and said, it was you who attacked with those 3 needles just now, right? So what if it was? Imo Kwang spoke with a ferocious voice. Kid, could it be that you want to kill me? Indeed. Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, I, with a strength at the 5th rank of the King Realm, challenge you to a one-on-one battle. Do you dare to accept it? Everyone was stunned by this. Imo Kwang recovered from his shock, and then he roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he said, you want a one-on-one battle with me? A piece of trash at the 5th rank of the King Realm is challenging me to a one-on-one battle? Kid, are you even worthy of it? Just tell me if you dare or don't, said Yang Yi in an indifferent tone. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed in Imo Kwang's eyes. Right when he was about to make a move, the gorgeous woman by his side had suddenly stepped forward, and she said, Big brother, there's no need for you to act against a mere 5th-rank King Realm profounder. As she spoke, her figure instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi, and then she didn't attack but started dancing instead. The woman wore very revealing clothes, and she merely wore a few layers of thin lace that covered a few important parts of her body. Actually, the lace could be said to be non-existent because it was transparent. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to her being without any clothes. The woman had an extremely good figure. She had a voluptuous chest and a plump behind. Coupled with the faint seduction that she exuded, it simply caused one's blood to burn. The woman's dance was extremely hot, and she even performed some extremely stirring moves as she danced. It caused the blood of all the men in the surroundings to burn. Of course, this wasn't a simple dance. At the moment that the woman had started to dance, the scene before Yang Yi's eyes had changed. There was a luxurious hall with naked beauties. They were singing and chatting happily in a mess of booze and sweat. The heavenly demon dance. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had turned solemn when they witnessed this dance. Because this dance had once caused a monarch realm expert to fall into an illusion and become trapped within it. A monarch realm expert. How could one who was able to become a monarch realm expert possess a weak will and mind? However, such a figure had lost himself to the heavenly demon dance. It could be said that so long as one possessed desire, then it was practically impossible to resist the heavenly demon dance. Of course, no matter how formidable a cultivation technique was, it was useless if it was executed by a weakling. So, the strength of the dance depended on the dancer. Imo Kwang was very relaxed because he hadn't seen anyone in the same realm of cultivation being able to resist this dance of his younger sisters. Xiao Yushi had recognized the origins of this dance as well, and she couldn't help but frown when she noticed Yang Yi's eyes seemed to show that he was gradually losing himself in the dance. Hiss! Right when she intended to act, a strand of light suddenly flashed, and then the gorgeous woman's head flew into the sky while leaving a string of fresh blood behind it. Everyone was dumbstruck by this scene. Yang Yi shook his head as he gazed at the gorgeous woman's head that had its eyes opened wide. Because the woman really didn't know what was good for her. She had actually utilized an illusion technique in front of him. How could an illusion affect him when he possessed 6th-level Slaughter Sword Intent and the Enlightened Sword Heart? At the very least, this woman wasn't capable of affecting him. Xiao Yushi took a deep glance at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi waved the sword in his hand, and then he gazed at Imo Kwang and said, My offer from before still stands. So how about we fight one-on-one? Imo Kwang suddenly roared furiously like a wild beast, and he instantly howled angrily when he heard Yang Yi. You killed my little sister. They'll kill your entire family. As soon as he finished speaking, Imo Kwang's figure flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's gaze turned completely icy cold. The thing he hated the most was others threatening his family. So, Imo Kwang had to die today. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and slash. A strand of golden sword chi shot forward explosively, and it was swift like a bolt of lightning. 5th-level sword intent. Bai Feng's expression changed violently. Obviously, he hadn't expected that this profounder, who was merely at the 5th rank of the king realm, would have actually comprehended 5th-level sword intent. On the other hand, Xiao Yushi's eyes drooped, and no one knew what she was thinking. When he saw this attack, Mo Kuang, who had just arrived in front of Yang Yi, was astounded in his heart. He hurriedly stopped his figure, and then he let out a fierce shout as he smashed his palm towards Yang Yi's golden sword Qi. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. After that, the expressions of Bai Feng, bloodless death, and eccentric Du had changed, because a hole had suddenly appeared on Mo Kuang's left chest. Who exactly are you? Mo Kuang gazed at Yang Yi while he spoke in a low voice. Guess it yourself. Yang Yi chuckled lightly as he spoke. It caused Mo Kuang's expression to turn savage, and he was almost unable to restrain himself from attacking Yang Yi. According to rumor, a quasi-sword emperor has appeared in the southern territory. He has comprehended 5th-level sword intent before the age of 20 and even possesses the enlightened sword heart. Meanwhile, Bloodless Death suddenly said, I presume you're that quasi-sword emperor? Mo, you tried to utilize an illusion technique like the heavenly demon dance in front of you who possesses the enlightened sword heart. Haha, she probably can't rest in her grave. You're Yang Yi, said Mo Kuang with an astonished tone. Yang Yi glanced at all of them, and then he said, Actually, I really dislike trouble, and I really didn't want to interfere in the enmity of others. However, it can't be helped. This fellow, Mo Kuang, launched a lethal attack against me without even saying a single word, whereas all of you wanted to kill me to keep me silent. Since it's like that, then I have no choice to but kill all of you. How arrogant! Bai Feng said coldly, Yang Yi, who do you think you are? You are just a trash sword cultivator from a savage area. Do you really think you're invincible? Which one of us can't surmount a realm of cultivation to do battle? Yet you intend to surmount ranks of cultivation to kill us? You're really dreaming. Eccentric Du snickered. Tisk, TSK. The Quasi-Sword Emperor and Quasi-Saber Exalt. They're actually together. TSK, TSK. Once I kill the two of you, they'll definitely be renowned throughout the continent. Haha. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, Let's deal with the matter between us later. Let's join forces for now, all right? Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she said, All right, attack together. Meanwhile, Mo Kuang gave the order. Alas! Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly sighed and said, I asked all of you to fight me one-on-one, yet you refused and insist on a group battle. Since it's like that, then I won't hold back. Come out here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then 7 dark beasts instantly appeared here. Ow! The dark beasts howled in unison, and they revealed a ferocious glow in their eyes as they gazed at Mo Kuang and the others. They were intolerably hungry for blood. When they witnessed this scene, it wasn't just Mo Kuang and the others who were shocked. Even Xiao Yushi was shocked by it. Kill. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to give the order. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 Peak King ranked dark beasts didn't hesitate to pounce at Mo Kuang and the others. Haha. I, Eccentric Du, won't be accompanying all of you. Haha. Suddenly, Eccentric Du roared with laughter, and then his figure flashed towards the distance. When he heard this, Mo Kuang was angered to the point of almost spitting blood. However, right at this moment, Bai Feng suddenly said, Brother Mo, I'm powerless to help you in this matter. I'll be leaving first, and I'll apologize to Brother Mo on another day. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Feng's figure flashed towards the distance. Mo Kuang's expression became unsightly, and then he looked towards Bloodless Death, who was the only one left. You're leaving as well? Bloodless Death nodded, and then his figure flashed and vanished mysteriously on the spot. Yang Yi didn't pursue them because he wasn't able to catch up to them. With the strengths they possessed, they could still escape even if they couldn't defeat him. The 7 dark beasts encircled Mo Kuang under Yang Yi's command, so it could be said that it was impossible for Mo Kuang to flee now. Ha ha ha. Mo Kuang suddenly started roaring with laughter, and then he gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, If I were you, I would pursue Eccentric Du right now. You're probably still unaware of it, right? He scattered soul enchant powder in the air as soon as he made an appearance just now. Maiden Xiao, you've probably heard of soul enchant powder, right? Haha. Xiao Yushi's expression changed when she heard Mo Kuang, and then she closed her eyes slightly. After a short moment, her eyes suddenly opened, and a strand of ghastly killing intent that was seemingly material had appeared in her eyes. She drew her saber and slashed, and a snow-white strand of saber chi tore through space and instantly arrived in front of Mo Kuang before it pierced through his chest. Yang Ye's expression changed violently. Mo Kuang spoke softly with disbelief before he died. 7th level saber intent. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. I'm with you. After she instantly annihilated Mo Kuang with a single strike of her saber, Xiao Yushi's figure flashed and transformed into a white shadow that shot explosively towards the direction eccentric Du had fled towards. Her speed was swift like a bolt of lightning, and strands of sharp whistles even resounded wherever she passed. Yang Yi gestured with his right hand, and the spatial rings on Mo Kuang and Mo Ye's hands flew into his palm. After that, his figure flashed and pursued Xiao Yushi, because Head noticed that her expression was very unusual when she left, and when he associated it with what Mo Kuang had just said, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to pursue her swiftly. Even though he didn't know what sort of poison soul enchant powder was, since it was able to make Xiao Yushi become so anxious, then it was definitely not an ordinary poison. Both Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi might have been poison, so it would be too late if they didn't chase eccentric Du down right now and obtain the antidote from him. Even though he didn't notice any discomfort in his body, he didn't dare to be careless. Yang Ye's speed could be said to be extremely swift when he flew on a sword, and he quickly caught up with Xiao Yushi. However, his expression changed once more when he did, because eccentric Du was letting out heart-rending shrill cries in front of Xiao Yushi. At this moment, his limbs had been chopped off, and Xiao Yushi was still swinging her saber at eccentric Du. Every single wave of her curved saber caused a thread of blood to spray from eccentric Du's body, and in less than a few breaths of time, there were a few thousand scars that were fine like hairs on eccentric Du's body. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi, and he was shocked in his heart. He hadn't imagined that this woman wasn't inferior to him at all when it came to acting ruthlessly. Xiao Yushi's hand stopped for a moment. She gazed at eccentric Du, who even had scars covering his entire face, and then she said in a low voice, "The antidote." "There is no antidote. Bitch. Kill me if you can." "Ah!" Eccentric Du roared and howled. Had heard of people being cut and hacked to death, but had never witnessed it in the past. Now, had experienced it firsthand. A strand of cold light flashed. Eccentric Du's eyes instantly turned crimson red. "Ah!" Eccentric Du instantly let out a hysterical and shrill cry when his eyes were blinded by her, and then he howled, "Bitch! Bitch! Kill me if you can. Kill me!" A strand of cold light flashed in Xiao Yushi's eyes, and then eccentric Du's ears instantly flew off from his face. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched when he witnessed this scene. What a decisive woman! A heartrending and shrill cry resounded from eccentric Du again, and he shouted for a while before he suddenly said, "Soul enchant powder is created from a mixture of a few thousands of aphrodisiacs and over 100 strong spirit herbs. It's utterly impossible to cure without the exchange of yin and yang with someone from the other gender. Haha, Maiden Xiao, you're pure and cold as ice, so you've probably not done it with a man, right? Haha, you'll get to experience a man today. Haha." Hiss. Eccentric Du's head flew up into the air while a strand of blood sprayed behind it. After she killed eccentric Du, Xiao Yushi closed her eyes slightly while the profound energy within her body surged violently, and then strands of extremely fierce and sharp saber intent surged explosively and incessantly from within her body. Yang Yi frowned when he witnessed this scene. Earlier, his attention was drawn by the miserable state eccentric Du was in, so he hadn't paid any attention to Xiao Yushi. Now, when he noticed how she looked, he finally realized that she was in a bad state, because her face was completely red as if it was on the verge of bursting into flames, and her delicate figure had actually started to tremble lightly. "What's wrong?" asked Yang Yi. Xiao Yushi swiftly opened her eyes upon hearing this, and then she gazed at Yang Yi for a while before she said, "You're fine? What do you mean?" Yang Yi was slightly dazed. "Why haven't you been poisoned?" said Xiao Yushi in a low voice. Yang Yi instantly came to a sudden realization. Right, why am I not poisoned? Why am I fine? In next to no time, Yang Yi thought of a possibility, and it was the tiny vortex. Because he was truly unable to think of any other possibilities besides the tiny vortex. Right at this moment, Xiao Yushi suddenly said, "Leave." Yang Yi recalled what eccentric Du had said earlier, and then he glanced at her before he sighed lightly. After that, they turned around and flashed towards the distance, and it wasn't long before he vanished from her field of vision. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, and it was instead because Xiao Yushi had aroused killing intent towards him. So, if he continued staying here, then she would definitely disregard everything in an effort to kill him. Yang Yi refused to do something that was arduous but thankless. The last trace of clarity in Xiao Yushi's eyes vanished when she saw Yang Yi leave, and then the curved blade in her hand suddenly escaped her grasp and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards her neck. She was just that resolute. In a concealed cave, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he gazed at Xiao Yushi, and then he said in a low voice, "I never expected that I, Yang Yi, would be the good guy one day." Head naturally not left just now because he had a good impression of Xiao Yushi. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability to rescue her, but it just so happened that he did. As always, it was better to have another friend than another enemy, especially when it was in the ancient battlefield and under the circumstances where numerous people were hostile towards him. So, having another expert as a friend was especially important to him. Of course, the precondition was that he had a good impression of the person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved her and would have taken advantage of the situation instead. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he walked slowly over to Xiao Yushi, and he felt his breath being taken away as he gazed at her face that revealed an expression of pain. Only when he gazed carefully at her did he notice that Xiao Yushi's appearance was actually not inferior to Su Qingshi and Qin Xie. She had perfect and exquisite features, and when it was coupled with her snow-white hair, she exuded a form of unique beauty. Yang Yi couldn't deny that she was extremely attractive. Yang Yi suppressed the emotions in his heart before he slowly placed his palm onto her stomach, and then the profound energy within his body surged before threads of golden profound energy flowed slowly into Xiao Yushi's body. 2 hours later, Xiao Yushi opened her eyes slowly. She was first stunned, and then she stood up and hurriedly looked at herself. She instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that her clothes were intact, and then she gazed at Yang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "You saved me?" Yang Yi smiled. "Who else could it have been?" "Thank you." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi, and then she hesitated for a moment and asked, "How did you save me?" "It's a secret." Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's a secret technique of mine that I can't tell you about. In any case, you're fine now, and no one took advantage of you. Isn't that the most important?" Xiao Yushi nodded, and then she walked over to Yang Yi and sat down cross-legged in front of him before she started staring at him. This caused Yang Yi to feel uncomfortable, and he said, "What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "No, I just want to see exactly what sort of person the man that my father wants me to marry is. Even though your appearance isn't really great, your character isn't bad because you didn't take advantage of the situation." "What does she mean by my appearance isn't really great?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes. "Can't this fellow be a little tactful?" Yang Yi said, "You keep speaking about your father. I'm really curious about who exactly your father is. Why does he want you to marry the Sword Emperor?" "Right, allow me to state in advance. Someone said that it's absolutely impossible for me to be the Sword Emperor. So, it's absolutely impossible for me to be the person who you have to marry." "You've already attained 6th level sword intent, right?" asked Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi didn't conceal it from her and nodded. She asked another question. "Moreover, you possess the enlightened sword heart, right?" Yang Yi nodded once more. "Then it's right." Xiao Yushi said, "Even though the sword intent of some of the sword cultivators I know are superior to you, they don't possess the enlightened sword heart. So, you're definitely the sword emperor of the present age." As for who my father is, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, because obtaining such knowledge might be harmful to you. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he released a strand of slaughter sword intent. When she noticed the strand of slaughter sword intent, Xiao Yushi frowned while a wisp of bewilderment flashed in her eyes. She said with a puzzled expression, "How could this be possible? You've attained the enlightened sword heart, yet you possess slaughter sword intent. What exactly is going on?" "What else?" Yang Yi said, "This proves that I'm not the sword emperor of the present age. So, don't kill me, all right? Others will kill you even if I don't." Xiao Yushi said, "At this moment, the Mo clan is probably already aware that we killed that pair of siblings from the Mo clan, and they've probably dispatched experts to the ancient battlefield. So be it." Yang Yi didn't mind at all, and he said, "So long as it isn't an Exalt Realm expert, then do we have to be afraid?" She suddenly asked, "What do you think of my strength?" Yang Yi thought for a moment before he said with a serious expression, "It's very strong. You're the strongest I've seen besides Hun Yu and Imoku. The experts they dispatch will definitely be stronger than me." Xiao Yushi said, "The resources and reserves of a hidden clan isn't something that you can imagine." "A hidden clan?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "What's that? Is it stronger than a ninth-rank sect?" Xiao Yushi shook her head slightly and said, "They can't be said to be stronger than a ninth-rank sect, but they can't be said to be weaker as well. You've heard about the strength of bloodlines, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Had naturally heard of it because the little fellow possessed it. Hidden clans are clans that possess the bloodline of a Saint Realm expert. Xiao Yushi said in a heavy voice, "The bloodline of all experts who attain the Saint Realm would undergo a transformation, and it would possess a special ability that's mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, their descendants would be able to cultivate much faster than ordinary people. If both possess the same level of natural talent, then those with such bloodlines would be able to spend a month to obtain what the other would take a year to accomplish." Then why were they so weak? Yang Yi was puzzled. "Look, I instantly annihilated her with a single strike of my sword, while you did the same to Mo Kuang. Their bloodline doesn't seem to be very strong." Xiao Yushi's eyelids twitched, and then she said, "They were careless, and they weren't direct line descendants of the Mo clan. So, the bloodline they possessed wasn't pure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been to the extent that they hadn't even comprehended their innate divine ability." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Tell me how strong the person they dispatch will be so that I can mentally prepare myself." "You don't have to worry because he'll be with you." Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.